Welcome to Grindhouse, a series of Bad House RPG's second year anniversary one-shots. My name is danpyxel, and I will be presenting The Circle of Seekers and Sinners using Candela Obscura by Darrington Press, a gothic horror system of lasting consequence and the ethereal beyond. Meet us after the break with some Bad House RPG announcements, and special only tonight we will be giving away a Lunar New Year dice set made by Joanna of Ribbon and Knot, an Asian-created and run dice shop that features handmade dice and TTRPG jewelry, including but not limited to origami crane dice, things like this necklace, which I am wearing, a D20 necklace. You can check that out on their website, but if you would like to enter to win that Lunar New Year dice set, starting now you can use the chat command !grind, and we will decide the winner by the end of the session. If you are the winner, please check Twitch Whispers and have them open to strangers so we can get the best email from you for that. Now, there are content warnings for this show can be found by the Twitch command !grindcw and involve death, descriptions of blood and gore, and mild body horror. That said, tonight's performance is in the genre of horror and will include other themes that may disturb. Due to the nature of this being an improvised performance, we do not know the entire direction the story would go, and as such, viewer discretion is advised. To learn more about our wonderful cast here, use the cast command !grindcast. Once again, I am danpyxel, they, them, and I am a TTRPG performer, GM, panel organizer, and emotional damage PhD. Next up, of our players, Angie.
Hi everybody, my name is Angie, they, them pronouns, agonthetic on the internet, and I will be playing tonight Cyril Craven, he, they pronouns.
Hi everyone. Oh, sorry.
Next up, we have Jien.
Hello friends, my name is Jen, my pronouns are they, she, and I will be playing your lovely friend Zephyr Green, pronouns they, them.
John.
Hello, John Johnson, they, any pronouns, and I'll be playing Al Overton, pronouns she, it.
And finally, Ruby.
Hi, my name is Ruby, or Ruby Hart. I use they, she, he pronouns as a treat, gender fluid, and I am playing Professor Davies. She, any pronouns. She really doesn't care. She likes books and cats.
All right. If you are ready, and I hope you are, please join us as we begin Candela Obscura, The Circle of Seekers and Sinners.
The sins of the past fuel the nightmares of the present. A question unanswered for a lifetime rears its monstrous head once again. A question which has shattered families, taken lives, broken minds, and even sundered love. It can only be hoped the answer will not find a way to take away something greater, the very souls of those who pursue it. The Circle of Seekers and Sinners, Assignment 4128. Deep breath.
We open with a shot of a house in the eaves. A sturdy, well-kept brick building. The camera closes in through an open window into a lounge. We see a man bearing a stubby candle, flame wavering, held in an ornate holder caked in wax. He shuffles wearily over to a phonograph, flipping the switch to begin rotating the table, and shakily sets the needle down on the vinyl disc spinning atop it. It begins crackling harshly, and a soft, gentle piano fills the air. He's in his early 40s, we'd guess, but looks far worse for the wear than the simple ravages of time would cause. His hair, mostly auburn, is streaked through with wiry, gnarled grays and whites, and hasn't seen brush or comb in what might be days, dulled and frazzled. His eyes are puffy, swollen and bloodshot, with circles dark blue below. He turns his back to the couch, he turns back to the couch, eyes darting back and forth, dancing as the candle's flame dances. Interestingly, we note, he's bearing a candle, but the lounge is brightly lit. Almost too brightly lit? The man's shadow cast against the wall behind the phonograph is barely visible from all the light. Electric lamps are the source, quite a luxury to have this many, and there are more of them in here than are necessary to light the room. 7 of them, in fact. Through that light, however, we see how lavish this lounge is, with well-kept furniture, dark teak bookshelves, lined with leather-bound books from top to bottom. The room itself is a mess, despite the obvious splendor. Filthy plates are left in awkward piles on end tables and chairs, crumpled papers scattered around the floor. A few piles of clothes, some draped over armchairs, some just dumped on the hardwood floor. His breath releases and his pace settles down. He shambles over to a leather armchair, sinking into it and letting out a sigh of relief. The man's eyes flutter as he sits in the chair, easing towards sleep. And then suddenly there is a sound like a clattering of pebble against stone, and the man bolts upright, tensing, like a deer hearing a twig snap. He comes slowly to his feet again, taking the small candle back into hand. We see as he leaves the brightly lit den, slowly stalking down the dark hallway, agonizing step after agonizing step. The man, dimly haloed by the minute flame in his hand, he creeps towards an open door, completely outside the light emanating from the lounge. He stills himself in the hall, his breath quickening. A swift moment, he darts around the doorframe, quickly reaching against the wall and flicking on the light switch to reveal a perfectly empty bathroom. A mirror on the wall over a porcelain sink, both stained with flecks of toothpaste, and a shower curtain drawn open to reveal an empty tub, save for a small plastic cup with some kind of rubber suction cup attached, razor rolling in the basin. The man breathes another sigh of relief, shoulders unclenching, and sets the candle on the sink counter. He reaches into the tub to pick up the fallen cup, puts the razor back in, and reattaches it to the wall. He turns, looks at his harried countenance in the mirror, and shakes his head and grins ruefully. He picks up the candle and taking one last look at himself in the mirror before leaving and switching the light off. We cut back to the lounge again, the man having returned to it and slumped back on the couch, candle once again set on the table. Gently shuts his eyes, letting the music softly echoing through the room lull him into some semblance of a rest. He closes his eyes before he notices, of the 7 lamps around the room, only 6 of them are still on. The music stops. We see the man snap one eye open, consternation twisting on his face. We see his mouth move to grumble, presumably, but we don't hear any words. Suddenly his other eye pops open, his mouth moves more rapidly, but again, no words can be heard. This man's face is pale, eyes darting back and forth around the room. The shot changes back to the phonograph, still spinning, but no music to be heard. And where before we saw one weak shadow, we now see 2. Darker from the loss of light. The second shadow towers over the man's smaller one, which we slowly, noiselessly see begin to be pulled and siphoned into the larger one. Soon only one shadow remains, and it begins to sink down into the floor. And as it vanishes, the music begins again. And we hear now, atop the vinyl, a soft... And as we pan down to the legs of the phonograph, a slow pool of dark liquid inches across the floor. As we watch it grow, we sink into the growing pool. And as that camera falls in, it suddenly pans out of an eye, a pupil wide. And instantly we are elsewhere, looking at a person maybe 20 years old or so, a little older, staring up at the moon from a rooftop. Zephyr, please describe yourself to the audience.
Certainly. So Zephyr is, especially in the moonlight, a figure whose frame is a little bit on the slight side of average. If they weren't sitting, they would likely be standing roughly about 5.5 feet tall. They wear clothes that are fitted but not constricting. Something that wouldn't get caught on a stray door handle, but would allow for freedom of movement, and also cling kind of a little bit close enough to not have to worry about it. Grays and blues, kind of muted, a pair of sturdy, likely a little bit on the old side black boots, a shock of jet black hair that comes in waves down to their shoulders, a little bit curling under their chin. I actually came to the conclusion a little while back that if you ever played Lies of P, the Twink Puppet game, that kind of hair. And as they sit, gazing at the moon contemplatively, just this pair of dark brown eyes, the sort that almost look black when the lighting is low enough, like tonight. And as the camera kind of pans into them, their eyes bore into the view with an expression that seems to pierce not necessarily your soul, but certainly something.
And Zephyr, as you think about what you have just seen, what we all have just seen, what you felt in that moment, please let me know what it feels like when Zephyr takes bleed.
When Zephyr takes bleed, it feels like a mixture of... It's not quite the same as when everyone else takes bleed. It feels almost familiar. In some ways, comforting in a twisted way.
In that moment, this is not the first time you've had either a premonition or a sight of something happening, and you've come to know over time that these are real. When it first happened, you weren't sure, but over time, you've come to know them, and that familiarity in the sense of gentle but rough grating inside you, whatever it is, that familiarity strikes you again as you take one bleed. What do you do?
I think as this feeling spreads through Zephyr, I'll think about it. I'll take a look around. Do I see anything?
From where you are, it's a normal night. The moon is shining. There are very few clouds. It's pretty late. You have a tendency to be out this kind of late. But you're on the roof of your chapter house. There's no noise or anything you see that strikes you as out of the ordinary from where you are.
Then I think I will make my way. I will clamber my way down from the roof back into my room, and I will go and knock on the professor's door.
As you pass into your room, can you give us a quick sort of view of how Zephyr's room is, if there's any sort of, like, decoration or keepsake here?
Yeah, so Zephyr's room is a fairly... Spartan isn't quite the right word, it's not quite that empty. It's mostly just necessities, bed, wardrobe, nightstand. There are, funnily enough, similarly to this opening scene, maybe more lamps than need to be in there. They're not currently lit. But as they pass, they real quick light one of the lamps on their nightstand and the other next to the door. They keep it quite meticulously clean, so nothing is out of place, everything is exactly where it needs to be. And through the very slightly hanging open door of this wardrobe is just almost cartoon style, more blues and grays. They have a very distinctive color scheme. But everything is very well put together.
Phenomenal. So you make it down the hall, and you're going to which door?
I'm going to the professor's door,
The professor's door.
and I'm going to tap on it.
Okay. And as you tap on it, we see the camera go into the door. And on the other side of it, the lights are off, and we see a bed, a person sleeping in it. Two cats curled up at the foot of it, almost nestled against each other. And a person in sleep that is very clearly not restful. And we begin to pan into the head of the person in that bed, and as we do, suddenly we change things. We see not the room in the darkness, but we see a overshot of Briarbank College. It's the middle of, well, no, it's close to evening, but it's dusk. And we zoom in on a door that reads Professor Abigail Davies. And the door is slightly ajar, and we can hear some kind of rummaging inside of it. Hold on a moment. And as we do, Abigail, would you please describe what Professor Abigail Davies looked like 10 years ago?
10 years ago, Abigail was a much more radiant and optimistic person. A professor with a braid down her back, glasses on her face, briefcase in hand, and even though she cared about her appearance, what was so clear was how much more she cared about the things she read. The things that she put the most finances into were the bags that carried knowledge and carried her books. So at that point, still beautiful and striving for good.
This day is a day that you think about a lot, which is why it's found its way into your nightmares yet again. And on this particular day, a day in which you are losing your tenure, there is a knock on your door.
Man.
Enters in two people, both women. The first of which is a very tall woman. You've never seen her before, and you'd know if you'd seen her before. She's very distinctive. She has dark black hair that's pulled up sort of like in a loose ponytail. She's dressed very finely, as though, like you, she comes from a wealthier background, and she has an eye patch over her left eye that is somewhat ornate, black and gold. The person with her, you do know, at least somewhat. The person with her is Dr. Viridian Lane. They are a professor at Briarbank in the biology department. They have blonde hair, a bit of a severe undercut, and thin glasses, and startlingly emerald green eyes. It was one of the first things you remember noticing about her when you met her at a faculty meeting. She's also much shorter than this woman, but she's very well built. In some ways, you were always surprised. It's like you were surprised that she was a science professor, but any conversation you've had with her in the past, few as they've been, have been very good. She's very intelligent and intellectual. The taller woman speaks to you first. Hello. I hope I'm not interrupting you.
No, just packing up a few of my last things. How can I help you?
Well, that's actually the thing. We were hoping you really could help us, Dr. Davies. It's, I apologize, I'm being rude. My name is Amara Song. I believe
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And you. I believe you know my wife,
Dr. Lane,
Dr.
pleasure
Lane.
as always. Yes.
She nods. She just sort of like is standing there. It looks like she's observing you. She's like trying to get a read on you at this moment.
Can I... What in particular can I help you with?
Amaris reaches into a sort of messenger bag that she's carrying and pulls out a stack of papers. And as you kind of look at them as she's filing through them, they're yours. They're like papers that you recognize them. They're papers that you have published. She's like, I've been reading your work recently. Viridian has put me onto it. I know that you are being punished for these theories of yours, but I am here to tell you that these are not theories. They are facts. And for someone uninitiated such as you to be this close to the truth is... it's frankly phenomenal. I don't even know where to begin. The siphon, the lore, these are accurate descriptions of creatures that we, in Candela Obscura, have encountered.
Apologies. I just want to be sure that none of the other faculty put you on to anything because, forgive me, we've had a very good relationship over the last several years, and if this is some cruel joke out the door, I do not appreciate it.
Viridian is going to speak now. I don't joke around with things like this. I've been reading these since you published them, and there's a particular document that you've made a study on that we need your help with. And
Is it one of the particular ciphers?
and Amaris was going to say, no, this one. And she folds through the one that she's holding. A dissertation on Penumbran mythos. The unabridged of legend have sacrificed their shadows for perpetual stasis. So where do their shadows go? This was an incredible piece, but there was one section I was curious about. Penumbrans fear a predator of sorts. A shadow which eats other shadows. Deciphered texts reveal a word for the hungry monster beneath their beds. Famished. In depiction, this massive darkness bears 3 eyes and carries a bestial visage consuming shadow and human alike. Make a read roll for me.
Absolutely, I can. It's not gonna be
Oh,
a
this is the
great
disadvantage one?
roll. Yeah, this is one that I basically have nothing in, so that'll be
Fantastic.
fun.
So roll 2d6 and take the lower.
Oh, you know, you're gonna love this. You're gonna chew on this, Dan. Nat 1 for the very first roll of the game.
Yes! We're
Ba.
doing so grand. You're still not certain if they're having a go at you. You've had a lot of poor experience with the academic community of late, and well, Amara's song doesn't seem like an academic in the strictest sense. You're not quite sure what it is, but you see in this moment afterwards, Viridian puts her hand on Amaris' shoulder and just gives it a gentle squeeze. She says, I apologize. This description which you have offered, 10 years ago, I saw something exactly like this. You see, and she taps the eye
Where?
patch. Groundswell. It was one of my first investigations as a member of Candela Obscura.
I'm sorry, you've been to Groundswell.
Yes, of course. I've also been to Old Fair Beneath, but the Groundswell itself, that is within. For knowledge, Groundswell is just one of the districts in the Hale, to New Fair. Now there are parts of Groundswell that
That
are.
I think
Old
she's
Fair.
like, oh yeah. I think I'm mainly thinking you've been to like those parts, and her casually saying, and I've been to Old Fair.
Yeah.
Studied Old Fair for years, and
Mhm.
now have a million questions. And if you've actually studied Old Fair, you probably actually believe in at least a little bit of the reason that society fell.
Yeah.
No, I think this is the. Wait a minute. Okay, actually, they may be serious.
Yeah, and as you pick up on that, Mars tapping at her eye patch. This creature that I saw, it savaged a family and left behind a child. I lost my circle, and I lost my eye. And I've spent the last 10 years hunting it across New Fair and Old. Now, we found our most real lead in years, and your paper helped clarify why it is a lead.
Go on.
We have trapped one of these penumbrans, a creature that flees from the monster. But we can't speak to it. It only communicates in the tongue of Old Fair, and none of us know how to speak it. But you, your text, you've deciphered the Old Fair language. This is something that you can do.
Yes, but you realize holding on to a creature like that might be a means of pulling it forward, like summoning the other half. That could be incredibly dangerous.
Professor, I know we might not look it at first glance, but dangerous is something we take on. I realize we've told you about our organization, but not what it does. We exist in secret to remove the curse of bleed from this plane, the pain that it causes. We take that risk knowing that we may perish in the process or worse, so that others may live unharmed. And we'd like to invite you to join us, Professor.
And you think you can rid the world of this famished?
And Viridian responds to this, and she says, one phenomena at a time. We can only do what we can, but we think that this creature we've caught can tell us more about it, and we can learn how to deal with it, with your help.
Then it's yours.
And Amar's song, like, smiles and, like, breathes a little easier. She was holding a breath that none of you noticed, but just, thank you.
The famished was the monster under my bed, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm so sorry, child.
We have more to discuss later. For now, let's take it one step at a time, one creature. Yeah, that's what you said?
Yes, please, come with us. We'll take you to this one that we have.
Understood.
And you leave the College of Briarbank and make your way across the city over to the Varnish. They take you to a building that would be otherwise nondescript from the outside, but as soon as you step inside, it is marble and stone and ornate. And she brings you down to a basement within it. All of this is happening very fast for you, but the excitement you feel, because you are on the verge of finding out that you are right. You were right. That thing that you hunted for years, you were about to get proof of it. You come to a chamber below this house in the Varnish, and there are two other people in here, in this sort of wide circular dark stone room. You see a man, dark skin and long braids of white hair cascading down his back. He is dressed in a fine sort of jacket of green velvet that is trimmed with gold. And there is a young woman there as well, much shorter. She is very skinny, like very skinny. She has blonde hair, and it's braided in a thick single plait down her back. She has a necklace around her neck with a blue gemstone smooth in the center. and she has the same brilliant emerald green eyes as Dr. Lane. And Amaris introduces you, says, this is Simon, and this is Azure, Rudian's younger sister. She takes care of technical and alchemical advancements, and Simon has a bit of mystical energy within him. And they both nod.
This is brilliant. So you all work against these forces? You've been working this whole time? I pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Before they can respond, and you are like looking around this room, you see past them into the center, where there are 6 torches lit around a circle with alchemical runes engraved in the floor. And in the center of the circle stands a humanoid figure comprised entirely of darkness. Their edges are blurred, like they're not fully there, but they have the general shape of a humanoid. And you've never seen anything like it, but by description of what you've read alone, you know you are looking at a penumbran.
Is this the moment that you want me to go up, Dan? Is this the scary... God damn it!
I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever do you mean?
Pulling back the curtain in chat, I just see smash and wood.
We don't kink shame here.
There's no kink
always
shaming.
monster fucker season.
Do we kink question though?
Not kink shaming, kink delight. There's a difference.
I may kink scrutinize occasionally.
As you perceive this creature in the center, there is it's like a vibration in the air, and you start to hear words. But the thing is, it doesn't have vocal cords, right? It's not speaking by moving air past physical structure to vibrate it. But it's not talking to you inside your head either. It's vibrating the air around you. And it's making the sounds. And as you hear these sounds, you start to pick out syllables of things you've read. And it's rough at first, but you're managing to pick out, just in this first moment of air vibration, the words, "Where am I?"
And I think everything that I've heard of the language has been me reading things out loud theoretically before this point, and guessing at the pronunciation based on years of research. So it's guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
You're in an office. My name's Professor Davies. I was hoping we could speak with each other.
It like cranes its head at you and steps up against, and you see it press a hand against air, and it like stops and it freezes, and there's a rippling in the air as it does. It says, You speak my tongue. A bit...
Likely poorly, but yes.
You see it kind of like make a movement, like wincing almost. It's like, a bit, yes. Like a child. And you can sense that it's now slowed down. It's speaking, understanding that you understand it, but you don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like talking slowly to you, so you understand it.
Davies. Your name is?
We don't remember our names.
How long since you had it?
Centuries? What do? And you see it like turn its face towards Amaris, who is jaw-dropped, by the way, at this. Because you are saying things that are in Old Farron, which none of them understand. And it just goes, what is it they want?
Damage has been done by the being that serves as your other half, as we understand it. Do you know where they are?
What do you mean, other half?
Is there a shadow or a beast, a being that tends to seek you out?
Make another read roll for me.
Yeah. Because I'm assuming good intent, and that this is the...
Give me a roll. Give me a nice 2d6 at disadvantage.
You know, I sure love that I once again rolled a 3 and a 1, which means that we get the 1. That's so great.
Get him out of the way now. Get him out of the way now.
Listen, I'm great at reading books. I'm not great at reading people.
I love.
It's rude that it's called read.
I just want to bring back 3 of the 4 of you took almost no cunning, and I love this for all of you. I'm so excited about this. You have no idea how to read this creature, but it stares at you. It like turns its head as you say that. The famished.
Famished. Yes.
I can give you the famished, if that is what you seek.
How do we rid this world of the famished? They've caused too much harm, and we need them destroyed.
Release me, and I will tell you. It is the hunter. We would see it gone.
I do apologize, but you know what they say about strangers and not making deals before their due time.
This sounds like a chuckle. Once again, just the vibration in the air. At this, you hear Amaris says, "What is it saying? What? Do you understand it?"
It wants us to release it in exchange for information, which in every book I have read about Fae, doppelgangers, lore, everything I have researched is a bad idea. We should... Yeah.
Viridian is going to speak up at this, and she says, there is this that we found in our own research on penumbrans. This was listed as a spell of binding. We don't know how to read it. Can you verify if this... We have the assistance of Simon for any magical energy that needs channeling, but I think the words need to be read.
Okay, then I turn back to the being and say, an addendum to your deal. You provide us with information, and we give you a house here. More than this square foot. Give us time to know each other without you necessarily having free reign over a world that isn't yours before we have the chance to get to know each other, say?
Deal.
Deal. And Professor Davies looks down and begins to read the spell of binding aloud. And I think in my research, I've probably seen things similar to this, and it is definitely part of like the old Farron culture. So this wouldn't be, something like this existing wouldn't be a surprise to me. I probably just haven't seen the exact incantations.
Yeah. The first couple times you start out with it, you're kind of stumbling over the words a little bit.
Yeah.
And as you're like trying to figure it out, you hear it say, it offers you some of the syllables, right? And you realize it's correcting you.
Are you? Well, I appreciate the input. I am a professor and have been doing this for years. Thank you. And that is absolutely her being pissed off by this thing and getting cocky.
Have you been doing it for centuries?
No, but my kind don't exist for centuries. I'm working with what I've got.
Very well.
And then does still take the notes on the pronunciation out of embarrassment.
And as you do, you finally get a good clip on this and you make it towards the end. And it's still nudging you a little bit as you go, but you kind of just, it's kind of like flowed in. There's some kind of timing where it's almost like interweaving with you now as you continue. And suddenly you are caught up in the rhythm of repeating it with this creature. And you get to the last word. And the last word, you know from like translation of reading it, is bind. But it's a word you've never said before. It's got one of those weird like iconographic accent marks that you don't know how to, you've never heard aloud before. And so it offers it to you and you say it. And the second you say it out loud, you realize that you did not pronounce it correctly. You did not say the word bind. You said the word break. And in the moment you realize your mistake, one of the torches in the circle goes out. Instantaneously. And before you can even react, this vibration still in your chest, a third eye opens up, made of complete darkness, in what would be the forehead of this creature. And you hear vibrating in the air,
Thank you, Professor.
and instantly the air vibrates again, and there is a silence that falls over the room, as if every bit of motion has stopped. It's like the air has been sucked out of the room, and there is a cracking in the air. There's no sound to it, just visibly cracking as this cylinder around it breaks, and the creature begins to swell into not something humanoid-sized, but something so much larger and bestial, and out of its body inside of arms grow 2 more sets, so 6 end up growing, and this shattering of whatever the container is hits you, and you fly back and hit the wall hard. And just before you lose consciousness, the imagery and the realization hits you that you did not just speak with a penumbran. You have just
Spoke with
unleashed the famished itself. And when you come to, Abigail, what does it feel like coming back to consciousness?
Immediate panic, terror, confusion, and looking for answers. I think that the moment that they began speaking in sync and there was nothing she could do, the gears in her head were turning, and she realized that this was a famished, and what the true nature of that is. It is a true parasite of a being that will latch onto anything around it. And
The wave of all
I shoot up looking for the circle.
You are in pain, but not too much pain. There's blood that you feel like on the back of your skull, but it's not so bad that it's like dangerous. But you do see in this room now 2 bodies on the ground, and you quickly recognize as the circle members that you've just met. Azure, the smaller, skinny, blonde-haired girl with the long braid, is crumpled on the ground, her eyes frozen open, that bright emerald green dulled over in death, in stark contrast to the bright blue gem on her choker, sitting now broken in a pool of blood spatter from her agape mouth. Her already slight form looks even lesser now. Like all the air has been like vacuumed out of her body, essentially. It's very strange. You've never seen anything like that before, but that thought is driven from your mind as Simon, the white-haired man you see, is at her side, green velvet coat soaked in his own blood as he is nearly torn in two. Completely still. Movement catches your eye, and you see Viridian, cradling someone in her arms, blood streaked down the side of her arm, torn from a wound on her clavicle, and an unnatural set of black veins pulsing now across her neck and her face. Her hands are gently cupping the face of Amaris. The eye patch is torn from her face, and you see now what was behind that eye patch. It's not a missing eye, but a eye that is fully black. No iris, no pupil, nothing. But she's moving now. Her eyes are rolling dazedly, and her breath is ragged. And you see her now uncovered eye in that moment as well, and her dark hair now is streaked with white, completely unkempt, falling loosely on the ground. And you hear Viridian holding her, saying, "Deep breath, love." And you see tears running down her face and dripping off her nose. Take a deep breath. And you shoot up awake in your room. Rhyme and reason scatter off of the top of your bed, and it is 10 years in the future. Take a point of brain.
Mm-hmm. Yep, nope, that's fair.
And tell me, what does Abigail look like today?
It has been 10 years, and she looks 20 years older. She keeps her hair short. Everything is a lot more pragmatic. She has a lot more scars. She has clearly seen battle. This is someone who used to have hope and has seen the ugliness in the world.
Yeah.
And now fights against it because she can do nothing else.
You hear that tapping at your door as Zephyr just... Rhyme has come up to you and is now rubbing against like the side of your arm with their face. Featuring special guest Onyx the cat.
Featuring
As
special
Rhyme.
guest Onyx the cat, who can come up for treats if she wants to. Maybe if we want treats or anything.
She's like, absolutely not, I'm chilling.
She's like, absolutely not. I am chilling and I don't care about your casting in this TTRPG stream.
You'll see Zephyr's head poke in as your door just cracks open a little bit. And Abby, are you awake?
Yeah, see, what's up? How can I help you?
I think something happened.
What happened?
I felt something. I think we should wake everybody else up, but I didn't want to do it without asking you.
Can I ask what? Or who?
I don't know. Is there anything else that I can get, dear Lightkeeper, from the vibes?
You did take a point of bleed if you wanted to utilize your ability to start with.
I was also going to say, you probably are tipped off that something is not great with Aunt Abby, considering she is drenched in sweat.
Yeah,
and hyperventilating and trying to come down from that.
And as I take all of this in, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to use the Let Them In ability. And I'm going to ask my dear Lightkeeper, where did this occur?
Yeah. You know from just the beginning of the vision, you know the areas well enough that you recognize it was in the eaves, and you also realize you kind of recognize that house. Like, it's one of the ones that's like very fancy even for the eaves. It's a standalone. The eaves is just across the river from where you are in the Varnish, so like you have a pretty good sense of where that is. And moreover than that, whenever you get these sort of visions, behind your eyes, like that space, like that you feel, there's like a pull, just like the littlest like tug that pulls you in the correct direction. It's how you found Cyril to begin with, right? When you had that premonition, that one just sort of pulled you by a fishing line till you found him. So you definitely got that here again.
And as Zephyr just kind of comes in, just saying, I think it's the eaves right across the... And then they kind of properly look at you. And Abby, are you okay?
A complicated question for another time. For now, I agree. Let's go ahead and wake up the others and see if we can get an answer to this question before we figure out any of the others.
Are you in shape to be going out?
Oh, I just need to wash my face. If I throw on a little moisturizer, I'll be just fine.
Okay.
This isn't the time period for moisturizer. If I just wash my face, I'll be fine.
The pre-moisturized era. Nobody knew how to stay in their lane back then.
I'm already dressed. I'll wake up Cyril and Elle.
Okay.
Bless, thank you.
Zephyr, you go to bang on like Cyril's little like makeshift quarters.
I'm less polite about it this time.
The door's open, and you look in, and nobody is in there. And as you go around looking for the chair that Al likes to sort of curl up in the main lounging space, not there either. And with that, the camera switches to a lovely little bar in the Varnish, Beatrice's Tomato Patch. It is... The Varnish has an entertainment district of sorts, and it's, it can be lively at all times of the night. Beatrice's Tomato Patch is a favorite of rascals and rapscallions. And at this time of night, which is about 1:15, 1:30, it's not as rowdy as it is at the normal time of night. As we come in through the front door, there's a handful of people still there. It's a little subdued, honestly, the energy tonight. And we come up to the bar. And sitting alone at this bar, John, would you please describe Al Overton for us?
Al's a brick of a woman. Not like decent tall, but just built like a house. Very solid from years of military training regimen. Wearing, very masculine sort of look, right? The sort of collar open, button up white shirt, suspenders, breeches, like heavy boots, and is currently slumped over the bar, like one hand here, the other on a mug, on like a pint, and groaning.
There is a sound that you can sort of barely make out in your head. It's like a... God damn it, Al. And you blearily look up and see the bartender, Beatrice, or as you know her, B. A woman of sunny disposition and red hair, curly. Beatrice Thanowach, the owner. People used to make fun of her, call her the Tomato Patch because of her name. And it stuck, and so when she grew up, she made this establishment her own and took the name for it. And she is staring at you disapprovingly.
Don't look at me like that, Tomato Patch.
Oh, fuck off. Just don't cause any more trouble tonight, alright? People know not to come around here at this time of night because of you.
Isn't that good? Can close up
No,
early.
it's not fucking good. I got a business to run.
It's last call anyways, isn't it? I hope it is.
Not yet. Not for another 30 minutes or so. Just try and not vomit before we get to the end of the night, okay?
I'm nowhere close, Vomit.
You fucking say that all the time. There is a sort of ringing at the bell at the door, and in come two people. And Al, you take a look over at the door, and you see what can only be described as one of the most ethereal men you've ever seen in your life. Like, he is gorgeous. He is like wearing this fine velvet overcoat. His hair is like coiffed backwards very stylishly, and he has a wonderful bead of makeup. And at his side, Cyril. As you enter into this establishment with your brother, please describe yourself for the audience.
Yeah, so Cyril looks like what you would expect when you think of the word troublemaker. They are a little bit older, not as young, but carry themselves as this sort of like naivete. They have dark hair, dark eyes, and are just the epitome of like a rat-faced urchin. Like their eyes are narrow, their nose is very like pointy. They look a little bit like hollow-cheeked and tired. In absolute comparison to their brother, who is an exceptionally dressed, beautiful, gorgeous individual. Most wouldn't believe them to be related whatsoever.
As you and Carlisle come into this establishment, it's, you know, you've been around here a bunch of times before, and you were expecting to come into a place that was mostly pretty dead, so, you know, you take stock of your surroundings, and Carlisle just leans over to you. It's like, I know that I get a night off, but couldn't we have done something a little more fun? There's other places that are gambling.
Were you gonna pay for everything?
I mean, not everything.
Well,
Come on, he like swats you in the center of the chest. It's like, don't you have enough pocket
Hey.
change nowadays? Come on.
not just enough. My pockets are not as deep as yours. So
Well, I work for a living.
And me? What the fuck
And
do I
you?
do? Just stand around twiddling my thumbs?
Is that what you do?
No. I get paid too. Just not whatever it is that you do.
And I do it a lot, dear brother.
I don't want to hear it.
All right, all right. No, you don't like the details. I won't bore you. Don't worry, I'll buy drinks tonight.
Well, I'm not gonna hold back then.
Good. Let's go. And you turn to walk over to the bar, and immediately you, Cyril, recognize the sodden figure laying atop it.
Shit. Maybe we should go check out another one. Another place.
Hold up, new kid. I heard someone say they're buying drinks.
Cyril, is this one of your friends?
Hi, Cyril's friend.
No, this is an acquaintance. I wouldn't really call her a
We're good
friend.
We're good friends.
Carlisle, pleasure to meet you. And you
And
are?
like punches his hand, kind of.
He like
Ow.
takes it and like just
Yeah.
shakes your fist
Mm-hmm.
and kind of lets
Ow.
it go, and then flicks his fingers out.
Call
just
me
a little
out.
bit. Pleasure to meet you, Al.
Yeah. And you are my new best friend.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And you
it seems like I'm interrupting something, so maybe I should just get
Come
on
on.
out of here. I'll just
Stay
go
and have
get
a
my
drink.
drink.
Oh,
Stay and have a
stop
drink.
it, Cyril. Come. And Carla like grabs you by the shoulders and steers you over to the bar and sits you down. B, darling, something nice. He's like, all right. Just watch out for her. It's not been a good time,
Well, you know her too?
manner of speaking.
Oh.
And make a read roll for me, Cyril, as
Me?
the only character with cunning.
So, if I have 1 in read, I roll twice and take the higher?
No, if you have 1 in read, you only roll 1, but you are
I
not at
only roll one.
disadvantage.
Got it. Can I actually use one of my drives?
If you'd like to, yeah, go ahead. Spend a drive,
Yeah.
and that lets you roll 2 die.
Yeah. It's a 3.
It's a 3. That's the
Mhm.
higher of the 2.
Yeah, I got a 3 and a 2.
Y'all are getting the bad rolls out of the way. It's okay.
Yeah.
You are very just uncomfortable with having your brother and your work of sorts interacting, especially when you are not in a state to appreciate or understand Al very well yet. Like, Al is definitely Al is Al. So whatever is happening there slips right by you.
Okay.
So the first round comes out. It's a nice enough wine. Maybe not normally your thing, but it seems like
Yeah.
B and Carlisle have enough of a rapport where it's just like B
Carlisle
didn't feel
is
like
taking
differentiating.
drinks.
Yeah.
Can I have a whiskey instead? Please. Please.
Your brother rolls his eyes. He's like, "You heard them." B just sort of like smirks and shakes her head and puts a
Thanks, doll.
decent whiskey in front of you.
It's burns, goes down, coughing fit. It's all for show.
Yeah, I will clap Cyril on the back.
Ah. What are you doing here, anyways?
Getting shit-faced.
Why?
It's 1 in the morning. Why not? What are you doing here, if not the same?
I'm having my weekly meeting with my sibling over here.
You do business past midnight?
I can't hang out with my brother?
You have meetings with your family?
It's not a meeting. I was just joking.
Oh.
I was just saying a meeting because you're calling it business. So I thought I'd just go along with it.
Oh. I didn't realize I was the joke maker. All right.
You'll have to forgive Al. At this time of night, it's hard for her to be polite to people. Some of you
Or-
fucking remember.
Or pick up
She's-
on a joke. I say she's very literal, it seems.
Most of the time. I'd say it's at least a third of the reason we broke up.
Oh, ooh. Looks over at Carlisle.
Carlisle is just like, you see Carlisle like put a hand up to his mouth and then like point over at Al and it's just like mouthing to B. It's like, and you see Beatrice just like put her face down into her hand for a second. She's like, fuck.
Well, it's all right. I ain't got no private business anyways.
Okay. Well, Carlisle, I the vibes here are just all the way off. No offense, B, but if we want to go check out someplace else, and Cyril is saying this, but is also just kind of trying to avoid being around Al for too long.
Yeah. Al will just stand up and be like, I got you, and just leaves.
Damn.
As you stand up, Al,
Mm-hmm.
both of you have on your lapels little golden brass pins of a C and an O inside of it. They're shaped kind of like little astrolabes that you've seen at the chapter house.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them make a slight vibration. Al, you are very familiar with this. Cyril, this is probably the first time this has happened for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will point over at Cyril and go, change the plans, kid. Business time.
Oh, are you going to work? Are you actually going to go to work? Oh, I'm thrilled.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do this, same time next week.
Oh, yes. And I will still buy, don't worry. We were cut off this time, so
Yeah.
don't fret. And he reaches up and just like squeezes your shoulder and he's like, be safe. I love you.
Bring it in. I'm not leaving without giving you a hug.
He smiles and of course, like,
Yeah.
hugs.
Gives a big kiss on Carlisle's cheek. And then says, B, put it on my tab. Send it to Carlisle. And walks off over to Al.
You see her like look over at Carla, like, there's more than one of you. And with that, we will smash cut back to the chapter house. Zephyr, when you do not see Al in their normal Al chair, you turn around and you start looking around the rest of this room that Al likes to stay in, which is sort of like the sitting room, the living room of your chapter house. And you see Amaris there. She is sitting at one of the chairs in the corner. She is a bit older than the last time we've seen her on screen. She's probably in her 50s, I want to say, at this point. And she still has this eye patch, ornate in gold. Her hair is down, and she's wearing like loose clothing because it's the middle of the night. And you see her holding what looks like a photograph and a glass of some kind of dark liquor in her hand. She's been. You get the sense that she's been here for probably a few hours.
What are you?
She like is quickly like wiping at her face. Zephyr, what are you doing up? It's late.
I felt.
Be in bed.
Hi. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Did you feel it too?
Nothing like that, child. It's I'm not gonna be able to hide anything from you anyway. And she turns around the picture, and it's one you're familiar with because it's you were there. You see Amaris about 18 years ago in her very fine wedding dress, and Viridian, Auntie Riddy in her suit, and there's little you over in the corner. It's a black and white photograph. This is where we are in technology, but you see a little you there. You're probably like 5 at the time. You've got a little like tiny little bucket with some flower petals in it. It's 18 years today. Would be.
I miss her.
I do as well. But she's
Does she ever reach out, right?
To make sure that we're fine. I think it's hard for her to do more than that.
I wish things were different.
As do I, child. But, what is what is. What did you... what did you say? You felt something. Are you well?
No, I'm alright. I was thinking, and I felt something happen, I think, in the eaves. I woke Aunt Abby, but I don't know where Hal and Cyril are.
They're out. They probably weren't expecting anything to be done. I'll summon them at once. Go when they arrive. Check it out. Come back to me when you know more. And
Of course.
I will be ready to contact the Circle of Lightkeepers should anything need be done. I hope that it's not too late.
And
oh, go ahead.
Zephyr will kind of look around, make sure no one's looking, and then run in and give Amaris a hug.
She'll, like, wrap her arms around the back of you. Thank you, child.
Happy anniversary.
Feel like just a little bit of a tighter squeeze for a moment. And as you pull away, you see her reach up to her own lapel and press a little button on it, on her Candela pin. These are not standard in Candela pins. This is something that you would remember your Aunt Azure had built years ago. And that is the signal for the buzzing to bring in those two. And now the four of you, for timing purposes, are met in the chapter house. The circle is together.
As far as I understand, Z, you felt something. Personally, I had a dream last night. Anyone else? Okay, just wanted to see if that was part of the everything or if that was just me. Carry on.
Cyril had the chance to dream tonight.
The chance? What are you saying?
Have you slept?
Yeah, I slept some.
Is that a bald-faced lie? Is that a bold-faced lie?
Make a read
Yeah.
roll.
Okay. I'm good at read, and by good I mean I had disadvantage.
Yes, obviously.
None of you got read.
Yeah, that's a 1.
Guys, there are other numbers on the dice.
Absolutely
Look.
not. No.
Dang.
Wait, I wasn't supposed to get like a die that was just all ones.
Amazing. They totally took it. They slept. Absolutely.
Okay.
They were woken up.
Yeah.
Al?
I was briefly unconscious.
I just believe that.
That's... You've known Al for a couple of years now. Like, that's...
It's about as good as it gets.
Understand.
While we all debrief, can I make anyone tea?
Yes.
And I, while we're all discussing things, the professor goes to start brewing some tea for everyone.
And as the professor is off brewing tea, Zephyr will catch Al and Cyril up with the general vibe of what they felt, including just, I think it was Cyril, that same thing that kind of brought me to you. It's guiding me towards the eaves.
Ah, okay.
Not too far, but I think whenever I have these feelings, I try to ignore them once, and what happened.
What happened?
Let's not get into details of that. What I would love to focus on, though, is details of the dream.
Oh, I mean,
Or the vision.
sorry. Sorry, Professor. What happened. But I wasn't here when it happened. So if everyone knows what happened, and I don't know what happened, then am I missing what happened?
And the professor puts a hand on your shoulder as like, if you don't catch it, it's fine. As a delicate, this might be a sensitive topic.
Okay, I'm picking up the
discuss it
vibe.
with you later. Yeah,
I'm picking up the
happy to
vibe.
discuss
Got
it
it.
later. Yeah.
Zephyr looks quite guilty.
And then go over and give you the most reassuring, like, mom pat on the shoulder with, like, the little thumb rub. And, like, the little, like, reassuring, like, I got you wink.
Let's kind of lean into that. We're looking for... So, Lightkeeper, how late is it? Is it late enough that, like, most places will be super dark and unlit, and I could say something like, we're looking for a place with lamps lit?
Yeah, absolutely. It's late. We're almost at like 2 o'clock at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think very fancy house, lit lamps. It should stand out.
Is there anything we need to bring with us? Anything that seemed like
Light.
good place to start? Candles?
Okay. Was there anything else in the vision that you saw? Anything that stood out?
I will go over the vision in as much detail as I can remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Cyril's just the reason why they asked is like I feel like Cyril would, being a criminal, because that is what they are. Being a criminal, maybe they've come across some of these fancy houses
Mm-hmm.
doing things.
Yeah.
That
So all three of you who are not Zephyr, make me a focus roll, please. This is low stakes. This is just going to be for timing purposes. This is a very low stakes roll.
So I rolled 2 6s, even though I'm at disadvantage.
Okay, so that's a 6. That's a full success for you.
I rolled 6.
6, full success. Abigail?
I also rolled a 6.
There are other numbers between 1 and 6 on these dice.
Not today!
But right now I got the pretty crit
Your dice
symbols,
all-
and I want to use it.
architecture.
Your dice all heard me say low stakes. This is going to be very interesting, though. This is actually going to be extremely interesting.
That's terrifying.
It's not the description of the house that pulls the memory for any of you. It's the description of the silence. Because every single one of you has experienced something quite similar. Al, the night that your unit was massacred, the thing that stood out to you the most before it all went down was the sudden drop of sound before it happened, and then it was over in an instant. Cyril, before the other goons who were hired with you to guard whatever they were guarding, when it happened, in the moment before you watched whatever was in them be pulled from them, there was silence. And Abigail, you will never forget the feeling of that silence as the air stopped around you before the famished broke free.
I know exactly what we are facing, but I don't necessarily know its weaknesses. How much do you all know of the famished?
I mean, I know when I'm famished.
Yes, so actually, it's a really good conceptual place to start. So the concept of hunger and how ever-encompassing it can be.
As Abigail begins on this lecture, Zephyr, make a sense roll for me.
Okay. I'm good at those.
You are.
6.
Just 1 6 or multiple sixes?
1 6.
1 6. Full success. At the mention of the word famished, you don't, like, it's not ringing any bells for you, but you feel, like, in your chest, like, this kind of sensation that is, like, cold. And almost, like, fear? You've no idea what's going on with that, but you feel that at that word.
And I think the moment that I launch into the talk about everything, I am drawing things out on the board. So, and definitions, all of it.
And the general gist of what Abigail is going to be drawing for all of you is a hulking bestial creature with 6 arms, 3 eyes, the third in like the center of the forehead, and this idea that it is made out of darkness. It hunts other, more humanoid shadow people, you get the sense, is kind of like what you remembered from your dissertation. There's also a bit in there about where the penumbrans come from, which comes from the unabridged, which are functionally immortal people who don't age but can still be killed, but they don't have shadows when you shine a light on them. It's a whole thing, but it seems like maybe a little bit of an irrelevant tangent that Professor Abigail like can't help but go off on.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think. So, if I'm being completely honest, because again, I'm just learning all of this recently, and I'm just joining you all. But
Understood. That's what we're here for. We're old hat at this point.
that is. Was that something that Cyril saw during the?
No, you didn't see something like this.
Just felt
because you got frozen. If I recall correctly from your backstory, like when it happened, it was like you couldn't move.
Yeah.
And you were fixated on this circle of the people you were hired to work with being like sucked into this circle. You didn't see anything of that sort. Similarly, Al, there was nothing you remember seeing other than like flashes of muzzle fire that had no sound to it, maybe something that could have been tendrils. Zephyr, the concept of 3 eyes like pings something in your brain, like something very old and buried from your memory. That's about it.
Right before the whatever the hell it was that those people were doing when you all found me, everything went quiet.
That sounds exactly like the profile of the famished. If that's what Z saw in their vision, if that's what every single one of us have faced, the good thing is we all have experience. The bad thing is we all know how horrifying the threat is here. So not only light, but these things are clever. When I dealt with it, it did everything it could to outsmart us and unbind itself. But with the right spell, we might be able to bind it to one location while we figure out how to deal with it permanently.
Amaris has come back into the room as you finish the sentence. She's dressed now. Yes, I know of what you speak, Professor, and I can pull up the old files that we have on that. In the meantime, if you make your way over there, we can learn more from what is evidential on the ground, and I will be ready here if you confirm its presence.
Thank you, truly, Amaris.
Of course.
And Zephyr is... Go ahead.
No, I think there's a moment of looking into Amaris's eyes with the two of them knowing the weight of what today is and the weight of knowing the last time the two of them dealt with the famished. And just an unspoken apology.
Amaris is going to kind of just nod to you, as she's always tried to let you know that she doesn't think it's your fault. But with that, she turns and she walks away. And in the interest
Zephyr...
of... Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just the one thing that will notice is that Zephyr looks very, very focused. Right up until it's time to go.
In the interest of kickstarting us a little bit along, I'm going to shepherd us directly to the place, unless anyone has anything else they want to do.
Keep an eye on the shadows on the way.
You make your way across the river over into the Eaves. The Eaves is the wealthiest district in New Fair. To some of you, it's less of an extravagant difference than what you're used to, but for some of you, this is the glorious, this is everything that you thought of as a child, of what the wealthy would do and what you thought opulence was. And it is, it's true. It's decorated, it's clean. There are more electric lights here and cleaner electric lights than in other places. But it doesn't take you too long to navigate following Zephyr's this pull behind your eyes, this constant tug that gets slightly stronger as you approach. You see the house that you saw in your vision, Zephyr, and lights are on.
Well, Zephyr, in a moment of whether it be bravery or foolishness, will just go up and try the door.
It is not locked.
And as their hand just kind of turns the handle and finds that it's not locked, they will turn to the other three.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can I say that, I know that I had my gear picked on my sheet, but can I say that I'll switch over one thing in here to a lantern?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be,
Okay.
It won't be an electric lantern, because that's fancy technology. It'll be like a gas lantern that you have to light. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I have survival gear. I feel like within that would be some kind of lantern or matches.
I will say you probably have a candle that is a heavy duty type of candle, not your average teeny tiny candle. This one's meant to last.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Immediately light it.
Yeah. As you enter in through this unlocked door into a home that is very, very lavish on the inside as well, it is... The first thing you hear is the sound of a vinyl record spinning. But if you've ever let a vinyl record spin to the end, you know it doesn't play the music anymore. It's not like a CD. It doesn't go back to the beginning. It just keeps looping. There's this like flopping, like kind of... The vinyl is still popping. You hear that. But there's just a... like kind of spinning disc sound. That's the only thing you hear. You see off to your right inside the door a brightly lit sort of den area off to the right side, and then sort of like darkness in the hallways around.
Can I get a feel for if the shadow is still here?
Make a sense roll.
Okay. That is 1-6 on my gilded die, which doesn't make a difference because I have all my drives, but you know.
Get them out of the way now. Again, there are more numbers than 1 and 6 on these dice.
No, there aren't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe we'll find a mixed success at some point this evening. You reach out, Zephyr. This pull is still pulling you here. It's so close now, this pull. But that pull that you always feel is for like... you've connected it in your brain to this moment of the dream itself, not necessarily the creature at the other end of it. And as you reach into this space, what you feel is you do feel the presence of bleed in here. Like there is bleed in this space. And some of it feels like it is like active, but you do not sense anything large. Anything that would... The bleed you sense is mostly static. Some movement of something tiny, it feels like. Really tiny movement. But nothing that would be like a creature moving around. If that makes sense.
And Zephyr will turn to the others and just say, nothing... I don't feel anything here of the caliber that you were talking about, Aunt Abby. Whatever was here, it is either shrunk or gone.
Okay, then we look for any information we can about where it may have headed next. This thing has been out in the world for too long.
Yeah, Al will do, I think, what it always does when we enter a scene, which is look for bloodstains and body parts.
Okay.
Smart.
Yeah. Where are you going first?
Where was in the vision, like the bathroom, right?
The lounge.
The lounge.
By the phonograph in the well-lit room.
Going to the phonograph, because also if that's the only source of sound in the room right now, then Al is like weirdly comforted by that.
Okay. You enter into this den area, and it's kind of grisly. And Al, well, we'll get to that in a second. Al, you look at this. You see the vinyl flapping listlessly on the phonograph. You see a pool of blood coming out from a body of a middle-aged man. There are two things you immediately notice about this body. The first of which is it looks like all the air has been pushed out of it. And that's something you've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, I'm going to need you to take a point of brain.
You got it.
The second thing you notice is in this man's like chest, there is carving. Like something has carved things into his chest. You have no idea what it is, but you see it. And that is where the source of all this blood is coming from.
I think I will call everyone over. After like a moment of just being completely shell-shocked, right? I think there's just a moment of absolute standstill silence from them. And then like almost a very shaky like, In here.
Go in.
Yep.
Do that.
Yeah, and I think as Cyril approaches, Al's hand will just go out and cover the eyes.
Cyril is not there.
Oh, amazing. Then if you don't, then I
Cyril,
won't
where
do
are
that.
you?
I think Cyril can't avoid the curiosity that comes with being in such a fancy house.
Yeah.
So I think they're kind of looking around, seeing if they find something interesting.
Sure. I like that
Yeah.
a lot. Why don't you give me I think this is a survey roll?
Yeah. That's something on that. I'll use a drive.
Okay.
I can get 2.
Yeah.
That's a 5.
A mixed success. We've finally found one. Cyril, you've got this lantern, and you're going through the other areas of this house. And this is not the first time you've cased a joint, and it's nice
Yeah.
that you don't have to feel like you're sneaking about while doing it. You find your way into what looks like an office of sorts. There is this ornate desk in it, and there's some knickknacks around that you look at and you're like, oh, that's definitely worth like a nice amount if I pawn that shit. And you see other things across the desk. There are these files scattered across it. They have a stamp that some kind of official looking stamp on it. I'm not sure if you would recognize it. They're scattered everywhere about, and you see like a little leather-bound book like sitting next to the pile. And yeah, I think that's what you find with a 5.
The stamp, even though I might not recognize it, does it look familiar?
Maybe not familiar, but it is there is like a what's the word, an acronym beneath it that reads eons, which I think you recognize, at least you've heard of it, which is like the exo something. They're science people.
Mm-hmm.
You know eons is like science people.
Yeah, just boring stuff.
Yeah.
I think Cyril will grab kind of like this paperwork and stuff and just kind of like pocket it. It's like, maybe the professor will like this. I don't know. Just... are there any drawers in this desk?
Yeah, those drawers.
Can I try and open them?
Yeah. Yeah, you start rifling through them. You do come across one that doesn't open, and you see a little keyhole on it.
I do have burglary equipment. Can I say that I try to
Sure
lockpick
do.
it?
I think this is a control roll.
It's
Or
one of my
strike.
specialty gear.
One of your specialty gear.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what,
So
make whatever roll you feel appropriate.
okay. Yeah, I would say it'd be a control roll. And I'm gonna use a drive with that too.
Yeah.
And they've got the lamp set on top of this desk, by the way.
I got you.
6.
6, full success. You hear a
Mhm.
and the drawer slides open. And inside, it's interesting. You find you've never seen a device like this before. It looks like a box, and it's got a little hatch on it that you can open up. And inside that space, there's like a needle. It looks like a little tiny phonograph inside of this little box. You also find in there a little key. It is brass, but it doesn't appear to go to anything that you see on this desk.
Pockets it. Closes little phonograph. Also pockets it. Maybe that'll give a couple bucks. And then with the paperwork in hand and that pocketed, they're gonna go find the rest of the group.
Okay, very good. I am keeping in mind that 5 for things. I haven't forgotten. And you go back to the main room where everyone else has stepped in there. And in that main room, Abigail, please take a brain, because you have seen this squeezing of a body before. You just dreamed about it.
I sure have, and I dream about it all the time.
That said,
You said a point of
recognize-
brain?
Uh-huh.
Great, cool.
Think you have 2? From-
I sure do, Dan.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
lovely. Doing great.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing great, hon.
Listen, you already used my backstory against me live on TTRPG stream when I
I
didn't
would
expect
never-
it, and I love it. Hurt me,
I would
GM. I'm
never-
ready.
I would never
Hurt me, Lightkeeper.
dream.
You just
do it
promised
like
hurt feelings.
Me specifically giving Dan backstory, like, use it against me. Hurt me. I love it.
Nice.
To be fair,
Yeah.
Jen, do you want to tell them what you wrote in your other notes section?
In my other... Oh, yes. My notes section just says, fuck me up, fam. So...
I'm here to deliver. Abigail, you instantly see this carving on this corpse's chest, and you recognize Old Farron writing.
I sure do.
Zephyr, you can read it. You just can read it. You
Try to
know
speak their language.
what it says. And the two of you instantly, you can read the following. The deal was made. The blood must be paid. Should it be forsaken, the breath must be taken.
He's going to quietly read it out loud as they read. Deal
Oh,
was
My
a
God.
deal.
Mine.
You... What? Do you know this person?
The markings and the way that this person was destroyed. Pardon. It indicates all of the same signs as the destruction of the famish, that if one strays too far from the light, they become corrupted by darkness, become penumbran, and then become hunted by the famished.
See,
If-
you've seen this before.
I've seen this before, yes.
Cyril, have you come back to the room by now, I think? You're coming back into the room proper?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
That's the way they kill and the way they hunt.
Cyril. Brain.
Oh, jeez.
Al, make a focus roll for me.
Cool.
Looking at this corpse on the ground.
Oh, disadvantage. Let's go.
I do want you to know, Dan, that I'm keeping an eye on the fucking shadows.
That is a 4.
That is a 4. That is a mixed
Yeah.
success. Nice. You said you're keeping an eye on the shadows?
I sure am.
Would you like to make a focus roll for me, please? As I
I'm
resolve
concerned
this,
about it, but
this,
sure.
this 4. Al, there's 2 things that you notice in this moment as you're like looking at this body and trying not to think about this body. And the first of which is this guy looks kind of familiar. He looks like, it's very vague, but he looks like this like dweeby schmuck who gave your unit like weaponry. And I forgot to mention this earlier, so I'm rolling this into your focus roll now. Like when y'all came into this room, it clearly hasn't been very long, but like as I described in the intro, this room is a bit of a pigsty and smells mostly pretty bad. There's like some rotting food on plates. It smells like there's this like soft floral scent that like it feels like he tried to cover up the smell with. Like lilacs or something. It's like you just noticed that. I thought I'd roll that in there for a little like gem there. What was your focus roll, Zephyr?
That is a 5, so a mixed success.
A mixed success. You can't help but notice as Cyril comes back into the room. The way that light goes past a person and creates a shadow, creates like... It's like directional, right? And there's 6 lights in this room, but they're all like generally focused to make a bright area. Cyril has this extra shadow that isn't going in the direction that any other light should be casting.
I do have my lantern.
You do have your lantern, and it is not being cast by that lantern.
Oh.
And as you realize that, I actually will need you, Zephyr, to take a point of body as you watch this extra shadow detach from Cyril and attach to the corpse. And as it does that, the corpse lunges up and slams a hand directly into the side of your skull. Yes.
Excuse me. I would like to use behind me.
And what does behind me do again?
I'm gonna spend 1 nerve to choose an ally in the same scene who is about to take a mark from a phenomenon. Then describe what I do that allows me to take the mark instead.
So what do you do that takes it instead?
So I think, like, if there's a cinematic moment, right? Like, the record skipping, like, increases to, like, almost a feverish pitch in Al's ears, right? And without even looking, they just sort of dump back and shoulder check Zephyr out of the way, and the blow clonks right into them.
Yeah, so you back into them and get them out of the way, and they're just this thud against the side of your head as you watch as this corpse is being puppeteered through its shadow. It's not like there's a shadow beast like marionetting it. You see the shadow attached to it, moving from the ground and the light cast upon it. And as it slams into your head, it like lurches, and the body is dead. The body is very clearly dead, and there's nothing there, and it is lurching forward. And as it does that, another shadow like tendril reaches out from it, but it's not like a fast thing. It's like little tiny. It's like if you looked at it and watched, it was like a build out of ants, almost the way like when ants like move as a unit, move towards from the shadow towards like a plate on the ground, and just throws it up at you, Abigail. I need you to make a move roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, gosh. Hang on.
I think you're good at that.
I am good at that. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the roll to work for me in this thing.
Gotcha.
Move. I would like to roll that and add drives.
Okay. How many drive are you adding?
I'm trying to add some in the screen, and it's not really actually doing any rolls, or I rolled a 6.
Do you have dice with you?
I haven't been able to find them in the move. I'm so sorry. I tried to find them earlier.
That's
Let
okay.
me do it. Let me do an online D6, or if you want to roll for me.
I can certainly make this roll for you.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
I don't roll dice in this game. So you're adding how many drive? You start with 2 dice on this, and one of them is gilded.
I'm just adding 1 drive.
Just 1? Okay.
Just 1.
So that brings us to a grand total of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yoink, yoink, yoink. And this is gilded. So you have a 6 on the gilded. So that is a full success. And mark back that drive.
Love it.
Okay. You see, just out of the corner of your eye, this whipping snap of a shadow as this plate otherwise seems to float in the air and then zoom at you. You duck your head out of the way as it crashes against the wall behind you. What does anyone want to do in this moment as this corpse is being, like, just sort of lurching in the air?
Does this seem like it's a famished? Does this seem like it is the famished? I would like to perform the binding spell because I have memorized it after all these years in the proper pronunciation. Thank you.
It's not the famished.
Dang it!
It is not the famished. Well. It barely appears conscious. It's not talking.
Okay.
I'd like to try and speak to it.
Okay. You have the ability. Make a sway roll. What do you say?
I'm just. What are you? Where is it?
Okay. Sway roll.
My sway is really good. Okay, that's not bad. That is actually a 4.
A 4. Mixed success. Okay. You say this, and as you say it, the rest of you don't hear Zephyr speak in New Farron. It's this harsh, guttural sound that Abigail you recognize as Old Farron. It just comes out. And as you say that, you say, what is it again? You said, where is it?
Where is it? What are you?
Okay. You bark this at this, like, shadow on the ground, and you watch as it, like, pulses, kind of. And you see it's, like, not just one thing. It's like 1,000 little shadows that make up this bigger shadow, you realize. And there's no collective conscious of it that can speak back to you. But what you do notice as you shout at it, it recognizes you there, and it immediately cowers away from you. What would anyone else like to do in this moment?
I would like to punch it.
Yep. Are you punching the shadow, or are you punching the corpse?
The corpse, because I think that is the corporeal thing to punch.
Okay, make a strike roll.
All right, I have 3 in this, and 1 is gilded.
Okay.
That is, I roll a 5, 5, and a 3.
Okay, is the gilded one of the 5s?
Yes.
Okay, so that is a mixed success. You reach forward and you, boom, you just sock this corpse. And I don't know if we've described it, but, like, no, we did. It's an absolute unit, Al is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, there is this crunching noise as this corpse with no muscle tension, you just see the head, like, jerk, and then, like, hang loosely now, because you have completely fractured the vertebrae. And as you do that, a large portion of the shadows that are coalesced beneath it scatter and dissipate. That appeared to actually be effective. Who knew you could punch a shadow?
So I punched the body, not the shadow.
Yeah. And what the shadow did, like,
Yeah.
you watched as it, like, scattered and does not reform. What does anyone else want to do? Actually, in that moment after you punch it, it's going to rear back and make another lopping strike at you, Al, for that. This is the consequence of your mixed success. You are going to take a body as it smacks you back in return.
All right.
And I'm absolutely trying to help Owl get this thing under control and jumping into the action. Yep.
Before we do that, I actually, because I forgot to resolve the mixed success of the sway roll, Zephyr, you are also going to take a body as
Understandable.
Sorry, not a body because it's afraid of you. You're going to take a bleed. It doesn't lunge to attack you, but you feel something. And it, like, that sense, it's hard to parse for you because bleed feels so comfortable to you. But you take that point of bleed. Abigail, I believe you were doing something.
Yes, I am trying to hold it back, essentially, for Owl to continue hitting.
Okay, this will
So
be control.
restraint is the goal. Yep.
Control.
You got it.
Would you like me to roll for you?
Actually, I figured out what I was doing wrong, so I should
Hell
be
yeah.
good here. Okay, that's a 4.
A 4. Mixed success. Okay, you are going to be able to hold this thing and you've got it. You've got it like restrained. You are going to take a point of bleed as you do so from touching it. And what does it feel like when you, Abigail, take bleed?
When I, Abigail, take bleed, I think that it feels like terror incarnate, and I think that there is a little bit of that shadow from the famished that like pulses off of her shadow just a little bit. There is something about that day that the more she is exposed to it, the darker that shadow gets, and the closer to penumbra she gets.
Interesting. Okay, we're gonna come back to that, but that's good to know. Yeah, this terror like seizes you inside, where you're afraid that you're losing part of who you are. Cyril, what would you like to do? This corpse is restrained by Abigail.
I mean, I don't think Cyril is reacting aside from just like staring wide-eyed at this thing and then holding out the lantern. Because we saw the shadow remove itself from them, right? We all saw it. Okay. I think Cyril, with that in mind, is extending the lantern out towards the shadows, just trying to see if they can disperse it.
Okay. Make a control roll for me as you present your lantern out and try to corral this shadow and maybe separate its hold on the corpse.
Yeah. So I am gonna do a drive.
Okay.
For that as well. A 6 and a 5.
A 6 and a 5. Excellent. A full success on the 6 means that you hold out this light in this lantern in this moment, and just you see the shadows shrink back from it, and you realize that there is power in this, and you bring it closer to where it's connected to the body, and you watch as these shadows begin to splinter off and dissolve as though it's like water hitting a block of salt, just slowly departicleizing it. And you watch as it, from the feet where you're holding it, it immediately goes up, and you watch as the corpse, as soon as the shadow detaches at the ankles, falls limp. And these shadows completely disperse. And they're gone.
So I found some paperwork. What the fuck was that?
That was a shadow.
Wow, Zephyr, that's incredible. Yes, but also, what the fuck was that?
I would say that at this moment we should all light our torches and candles. Yes. First step.
Okay. As you all do that, can everyone make a focus roll for me?
Yep.
Why? Everything focus roll.
Why? Why would I want you to make a focus roll?
That's a 5.
Is the one. Who's the one?
A 6 again! I'm doing
6
great.
again. Okay.
Also, Jen, above table checking in with Cyril being kind of catty.
Oh, I love it. It's excellent.
Okay, cool.
Also a 6.
Also, guys, come on.
Look, I rolled 5. I rolled a 5. Come on.
Okay.
I gave you a between.
We are
It's actually-
seeking and sinning, okay?
We
Yeah.
gave you.
Sure.
We
Right.
did. We
Roll
have
all
no
of our
cunning.
ones
You know how to
earlier
defeat us.
today.
Yeah.
Al, you're probably like your ears are ringing a little bit. Like, fucker, like for a corpse, like clocked you kind of hard. It's like there's a.
I think I was gonna pull out a flask, isn't even paying attention right now.
Yeah, fucking go wild. Zephyr, you like sort of take stock of this room, and with that focus roll, you kind of realize this guy knew something was coming. And with that, you start to think it's like, that means someone else knows about the shadows. This means something else can be happening, so there's more going on here. Take a brain for me. And for my full successes, You cannot help but notice as you light all these lights. You now see everybody's shadows. You're paying attention to them now. You're wary of everyone's shadows. There are no shadows that don't belong. That's the first thing you notice. That seems to be gone now. What you cannot help but notice is that Zephyr's shadow is just a little bit darker than the rest of yours.
Oh.
Like more than one person is casting it. It's the same amount of light, but Zephyr's shadow is just darker.
Okay, I have to
Right.
ask, in my studies of the Penumbran, how do their shadows manifest?
Because this is like your focus, and I'm sure you've spent a lot of time on this, I'm not going to make you roll for it.
Yeah.
Penumbrans, you would know, are mostly benevolent. Like, Penumbrans, as creatures, are just sort of like the name that detached shadows of the Unabridged named themselves when they started realizing that they had sentience again, away from their original mortal hosts. Penumbrans are just sort of like people. You discovered that the more you researched. Like, you researched and discovered this famished creature is like not a penumbran of sorts. Old Farron couldn't really come up with a name for it other than the famished. It's similar to them, but it's not one of them.
It's something that hunts them rather than actually
Right.
being one of them. Okay, understood. So
There's
the
more.
Okay, yeah.
There's more. You came across something that described penumbrans making these sorts of connections with mortals, where
Mhm.
they would sort of ride along in shadows, like passengers.
Z. And I'm going to gently approach Z and whisper, do you have a friend you haven't told me about?
You see Zephyr's head snap around to look at you. Why?
Your shadow is darker than everyone's here. You've read my papers.
Dan's
I
shaking
can do
her head.
math.
It's not. It hasn't hurt me.
No. Not. There are some who are incredibly kind. There are others that can be far more malicious. Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's not. It hasn't hurt anyone, I don't think.
Is this the what happened from before? The what happened that happened before that all of you know about and I don't know what happened?
No, I just didn't follow that one. Right?
More than once? It's
And
happened?
Zephyr looks confused and a little bit scared. Abigail will notice that they're looking at you almost for guidance in a way that they haven't in a little while.
And Abigail takes your hands. Going to be okay.
Well, I'm not afraid of it. I've had it as long as I can remember. It's just a friend.
But we need to know everything we can about it because
As
this
you are
thing.
saying this, all of you can see his shadow behind Zephyr begin to pool up from the ground of Zephyr's shadow until it rises slowly, gently, deliberately up into a humanoid shape. It's a little shorter than Zephyr is, and it's very slight. Its edges are surprisingly solid. Like it, when you saw the famished inside the circle, its edges were like hard to define. This thing looks like it could be a person in full space.
Hey.
I am sorry. Sorry, it doesn't say I, it says we. We are sorry.
Why are
We
you all
didn't-
sorry?
We did not wish to cause harm. Zephyr Green is our friend. And they saved us.
I believe you. The only reason I wanted to ask is the thing we're hunting goes after people like you. So now that we know you're here, we know you are a target.
The famished is looking for me, as it has been for 20 years.
This would have been wonderful information a really long time ago. Why did you never... I love you, Z. I'm sorry. I'm not mad. It's good to know now.
Disappointed.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that you wouldn't feel the need to tell me or want to tell me. We could have had tea and had many lovely conversations, but that's fine. I understand not wanting to introduce Auntie Angie to your shadow friend.
I didn't think.
We do not drink tea.
How about hot
Anymore.
cocoa? I can make hot cocoa. I have plenty of options.
Professor, it doesn't have a mouth.
Oh, I suppose
Abby,
that's true. Sorry,
It kind
apologies.
of like shrugs. It like its shoulders like actually come up in a bit of a shrug. Like it's kind of.
I'm sorry. My mom's instincts took over, and I was not thinking logically. Apologies.
And Abby, I'm sorry. I didn't. It's never hurt anyone. It's never hurt me.
We could
Just
never
been a
hurt Zephyr
friend.
Green. We know Zephyr did not wish to see us for some time. So we stayed hidden. Because they wished it so.
Know that there's nothing to apologize for here, dear.
We
Others
would
in the
like to
circle may
end-
fear everything magic, but not everything magic is evil.
We would like to end this nightmare that has plagued you as well as us.
Good. Where do we start?
We do not know.
The
And
thing
with
that Aunt
that-
Abby was doing.
You all remember that Cyril has papers.
Oh, yeah. Cyril is like, at this point, as you are all talking to the shadow person, Cyril is doing the thing with their own, like, lifting up the lamp and trying to see if their shadow does anything. No, and then just like,
Yeah, your shadow's
Sorry.
normal now. You're,
oh, okay.
You interestingly note that as the light like approaches this thing, it doesn't like scatter. It does get a little thinner as light shines on it. But it doesn't seem to like shy away from it as heavily as the whatever those things were that you saw before. Because in the interest of just keeping the ball rolling, you thumb through these papers And
Real quick,
yes,
I don't pull out the key and the mini phonogram.
good
I
to
keep
know.
those.
Good to know.
Mhm.
The
Do you
papers-
specifically give them to the professor, by the way?
Yeah. Cyril specifically picked them up thinking the professor might like this, and then just like,
Not even
There-
joking. If the thought is like, oh, the professor might like paperwork, and you thought in any way that was a joke, no, her face lights up with joy. Like, she's so
it
delighted with the
it
paperwork.
was genuinely not a joke. It was like, I don't know what any of this is. Someone's got to
Yeah.
know, and I bet it's gonna be her.
Mhm.
Okay. There are a series of files that all have the Eon stamp, which you recognize because Eons has a close tie to Briarbank College. What is it? The professor with the ties to your school is one Dr. Violet Boucher, and she has like a lot of recruiting ties to your school. She's been like pulling people from Briarbank who show exceptional like gift and merit. And you know the Exoteric Order of New Sciences. They scouted you in at a time, Abigail, but you didn't want to go with them. Something about that just like felt weird to you. Like you thought that they were trying to screw with you, like you thought Amaris and Viridian were trying to screw with you, because they were making mention of things like bleed. They were making mention of things like your papers and your research. But you just it was too soon after like your first disciplinary hearing. You didn't buy it.
Yeah, like I think at first she was really excited anytime someone brought it up, and then it became very clear it was for mockery or punishment.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah,
There was no trust there, and
yeah.
your experience with Dr. Boucher was like, you're a bit of a fucking weirdo. She just like she pinged enough of the sense that you were like, ugh. But you read through these files that are all Eon stamped, and they are unredacted files on the 49th Seidel Infantry Division, codenamed the Longsworth Bears. It notes. It makes notes in sort of autopsy reports of deflation in several of the bodies, like there was nothing left inside of them, others of which were run clean through with some kind of weapon that they couldn't determine. There were 50 dead. It was a massacre. This file is dated like, I think like 3 years ago, like just before the end of the war, out in the ruins of Westrek. Westrek before it became Westrek. Westrek was ruined at the end of the war. 50 dead. There is one survivor noted, but they don't seem to have been able to keep track of them. And you also see, you find a lovely little scrawling. It looks like the writing that you see here is very clearly like handwritten, and it's distressed. Like the person writing it was at least under a little bit of intoxication. It's not very neat, but it is legible, and it reads as follows. If you read that out.
I see them whenever I close my eyes. Countless bodies at this point, some torn apart, some... There is not scientific explanation for what has been done to them. I cannot expunge my responsibility. At this point, my soul is beyond damned. I only hold fear now knowing our most recent harvest was deemed insufficient by the subject, who will likely now fill the gap at its leisure. It's like it could tell I started recruiting scum instead of innocents. Soldiers was bad enough. It took nearly half a century's worth to like it, but I've run out of blood I'm willing to spill. Between my all too late change of heart as well as this most recent failure, I'm sure my own life will soon be at risk. The subject displays instability that makes me question our control. We never should have agreed to this deal. Oh, not my deal, thank God. Oh, whew. Dr. Boucher may value their work with the subject, but no goal is worth this price. When she returns from her trip abroad, if I am alive, I plan on getting her to see reason. Power is one thing, but this is inhuman. Yes,
Real
Cyril.
quick. it's more so Angie. So this individual, the dead one, the illusion that is being made is that they were bringing people in to be sacrificed.
That is what you gather.
I think when Cyril hears that, you all see this lanky rat-faced individual walk over to the body and kick it.
What is that? That
Oh, that
How
was
we met?
deeply necessary. Yeah. I think that's exactly
agree.
how we met.
it was him.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this.
Who is Dr. Boucher? Aunt Abby, do you know? Al, do you know?
Yes. Yes, unfortunately. And I tell them what I know that the GM had just said.
Like, Al, you were in the army, right?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about what happened?
Al takes another swig and is uncharacteristically silent.
I'll take a brain.
Oh boy.
And just doling out marks.
I was gonna take a deep breath and be like, one sec, and walk over to the body and just stomp its skull in.
Yeah, just
I'm glad that we all seem to be on mutual ground when it comes to our feelings towards this person.
I'm so sorry. You would have picked up. I forgot to mention this. His name is Henry Kincaid. He is Dr. Henry Kincaid. You would have found that in the materials. I just didn't say it.
Mhm.
Continue.
Is my shadow friend still just chilling?
Vibin'.
I'll do my best to turn to the shadow friend. Do you all know what this subject is?
We would imagine, given the connection and the reference to a harvest, the subject would be referring to the famished. It is more than just a beast, it is clever.
But based on the letter, they thought they could control it, which cannot be done. This thing is
They
too
are
smart.
Foolish, yes.
Yep, but we've run into many a fool before, so history repeats itself.
At this moment, you all feel your lapel pins vibrate.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yeah. Hi, Amaris.
They're not communicators. the vibration is just sort of a pinging that happens.
Like a summons?
That is it's
Oh,
kind of like,
right.
come and see me.
Okay, cool.
Can I real quick search this body for anything, any token, anything that might indicate, any other affiliation that, our friend Dr. Kincaid might have?
You pat it down, you don't find anything.
I'm gonna stop
the
the
reason,
lights.
the reason that you know Dr. Kincaid is, and this is because the notes gave you that Dr. Kincaid is a associate of Dr. Valboucher Eons. Yes.
Beautiful.
There is. No, there isn't. Never mind. Continue.
We should go and see Amaris. I'm gonna snuff the lights as we go out, though, if everyone is all right with that. I think.
Cyril
Better
doesn't
to
snuff.
have-
Cyril doesn't snuff their light, their lantern, especially not with everything that happened here tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna snuff the ones in the room. Oh, yeah.
Yep. No, Z says that, and the professor says a wise idea. Keeps the candle out and is following like right behind you the entire way. Protective.
Amazing.
And I'll just, as I'm snuffing everything out, I'll just turn to my shadows and just say, I'm sorry. It's nice to see you again.
We missed speaking with you. But we are happy that you are well.
I love my creepy ass shadows. And I will snuff the rest of the lights.
And on that, as you all leave this building, house, home, lights out, and return back to your chapter house, I think this is an opportune time to take our break in the middle. So we will go to a bit of an intermission here. This is your chance still, if you have not, to enter into the giveaway for the Ribbon and Knot Lunar New Year dice set. Handmade dice. They're very beautiful. Check them out on the socials. Get some water, get a snack, and we will return shortly. Welcome back to Bad House RPG's Grindhouse game of Candela Obscura, the Circle of Seekers and Sinners. As we've said, Grindhouse is a series of anniversary one-shots every Friday of February. Be sure to tune in next week, February 21st, for Kendo. Kendo Makes Films. We'll be running Hard Times using the game Spirit of 77. And then the week after, on February 28th, Ambrose, SS Ambrose, will be running One Night at the Shelterwood Inn using Liminal Horror. So tonight is not the end of the Scary Spectacular. Please come back to this channel. If you have not entered into the giveaway for the chance to win a handmade set of Lunar New Year dice from Ribbon and Knot, this is your chance by typing !grind into the chat. Do not forget, if you are interested in knowing what the content warnings for tonight are, !grindcw. And if you're interested in knowing more about us, the players and cast of this, enter in !grindcast? Grindcast. I knew it. My Seekers and Sinners, are we ready to jump back in to our story?
Prepared? No. Ready? Yes.
That's the spirit. As we resume, we go through this walk back from the eaves back to your chapter house. I think it passes quickly, but there's a bit of tension in the air as you realize that something larger than you seems to have been at play. Almost like all this time something has been pulling you in one direction. When you return back into the chapter house itself, Amaris is there. She is much more dressed now. She is like clearly awake and has been doing research while you have been gone. And you explain everything that you have found: the shadow creature, the tales of the famished, Eon's connection, the doctor's name, and the journals left behind. And as you finish explaining, Amaris stands there for a second. And she goes and she sits in a chair. And it's like her face has fallen, and yet at the same time, behind her eye, this shining blue eye that is still showing, is like this fire burning behind it. The connection comes to me as well. 20 years ago, as Professor Davies knows, my first circle was lost to this phenomenon. A little home in Groundswell. It slaughtered my circle. It took my eye. And it only left a young child alive. You, Zephyr. We took you in after that. Here. I kept it hidden from the Circle of Lightkeepers. But We wanted to make sure that you were cared for. I tracked this for 10 years trying to find a solution for you. For me, even. It wasn't just for you, I should be honest. This guilt has been with me that whole time. I was reckless in my pursuit. That recklessness did bring me to Professor Davies. And we had spoken with what we had believed was one of this creature's prey 10 years ago. It was not. It was the creature itself, and we did not know until it was too late. Another circle slaughtered. Another disaster. And a loss of more. And at this, she kind of chokes for a second. She coughs, and she's like, she didn't mean to say that. It just kind of came out. Every few years, this. Oh.
10 years?
Yes.
Is that why Aunt Riddy left?
Yes. It terrified her. And she said, Candela isn't safe. I don't exactly agree, and I couldn't give up. Not for you and not for me. But we'll come back to this in a moment. There's been similar attacks every few years, and we've tried to track it. And we've found some success, and now I am vindicated in my guess that what happened to you, Al, is more of the same. And I'm sorry that it cursed you too. But I am grateful for the providence of Professor Davies bringing you to us. And I believe in that providence, which is what brought you, Cyril, to us as well. And now, once again, this night is put in front of us, and I say no more. This ends tonight. Eons has made some kind of agreement. I am familiar with this Dr. Boucher. A cunning, power-hungry woman. Eons is aware of our existence as Candela Obscura. We maintain a distance for many reasons, but that woman is among them. We do maintain an ally inside of Eons now, which I suppose brings us back to the conversation of Dr. Viridian Lane. When she left Candela, and there is an unspoken pause, or there's a pause and an unspoken understanding for the two of you who know Dr. Lane, that it is not just Candela she left. She began working with Eons. She does not betray the secrets of Candela, nor do I fear that she would. She couldn't stop doing what she was doing, but she wanted to do it from somewhere safer. You see, Amaris, kind of is tightening in a way that you're not used to seeing. She's very, warm, usually. She's very gentle and friendly, and there's this, tightness to her right now that feels like she's wound like a spring. I will send along a word to her to expect you and to assist. She will not turn me down. you should be able to infiltrate the nearest Eon's laboratory. The one with Dr. Boucher's office. Viridian stationed herself there. She trusts Violet Boucher as much as I do, but it is dangerous, I think, to do what she does. This is not your concern. I apologize. I don't mean to bring my personal business into a serious matter.
She was and is one of us. Her safety is just as much a concern as all of us.
We all got personal business tied up in this.
It's only personal business for me, it seems.
Amaris like reaches out and like cups your cheek. Zephyr just kind of strokes her thumb along it. Life has been so unkind to you, child. Hopefully no more.
For you too. Maybe we can make Candela safe again. If we're not ready.
Yes. I've compiled other papers on the subject, Professor, and if you need them, it's other lore and spells that we discover that we do not have the time to go over with you in the prior.
Always.
Please, they may be of service.
Thank you.
And, Amaris. Life has not been unkind to me. It brought me you. Or whatever that's worth.
Kids,
You know, Viridian and I, we always said you were one of the best things to happen to us. I've told you. Green's my lucky color.
Make sure that holds.
I'll send along word. She has secret means that Eons doesn't know about. She'll know that you're coming.
to tell her anything while we're there?
Nothing she already doesn't know.
Okay. All right.
She turns and she walks away. She's like, this is unlike her, but she is overwhelmed right now, and she needs to get away before she breaks down. And
That's fair. Yep.
she books it.
Yep. And the professor is doing the thing of making it look like they're adjusting their glasses, absolutely wiping tears while trying to refocus their eyes and read this documentation on the way to Eons.
And speed running, unless anyone has anything
Speed
else.
running. Yep.
Speed running. You are going over to another next district over, Briar Green, slightly, I think, to the north. I'd have to double check that, but it's not very far. Briar Green is a place that you, Abigail, are obviously very familiar with. You are from there. You worked at Briarbank College for a number of years, and you're peripherally aware of this Eons building. Like you've known of its existence since you were attempted to be recruited by them. it doesn't take you long to get there, and even in the middle of the night, like they're operating at all hours, and you enter into the building. There's like a reception desk as you come in. There is a person there, very young. They look exhausted. They have like a mountain of paperwork in front of them, and they're like stamping things like rote as you step in. And they're just like, "Welcome to the field office of Jien's."
Hello, we have a meeting with Dr. Viridian Lane.
All right, hold on. And they like reach down.
Thank you
and,
so
like,
much.
press a button on the desk, and like they talk into a little microphone. Dr. Lane, you've got visitors? Four visitors.
Let her know it's Professor Davies.
They've already gone back to stamping. Like they are just like completely fucking zoned.
Yep, the thing of, Professor Davies. Okay.
You find that you're not waiting too long. Eventually, from out of one of the back doors, one of the ones that has like a key lock on it. The other one is just kind of like, it's a very public area, and then there's the clearly private area. From the private area comes a woman who two of you haven't seen in approximately a decade. She is still very built. Not as built as Al, but still very like muscular. Almost wouldn't think that they would be in a scientific laboratory. They still have the same severe undercut. Their blonde hair is a little grayer now, but it's actually, the undercut is there, but it's tied back in this like high pony, like to kind of keep it organized and neat. And as she steps out, you see, even though she's wearing like a high collared shirt, this black spiderwork pattern of veins that you, Zephyr, don't remember, but you, Abigail, will never forget them, is up the side of her face, and they still pulse just slightly as she walks out, and she peers with emerald green eyes through her glasses, and she sees the first person she sees when she looks out. She sees you, Zephyr. She's just like, the formality drains out of her instantly, and she's just immediately like, Zephy!
Zephyr just books it straight to her.
She,
Just
like,
straight into a tackling hug.
She immediately grabs you and like picks you up.
And y'all see Zephyr look giddy. You never see Zephyr look giddy, but like they're like full on arms wrapped around this person, like almost laughing with this absolute delight.
She like squeezes you, and she's just like, "You're so damn big now. My God."
I missed you, Aunt Riddy.
I missed you too. She like sets you back down, and she like is looking you over. She's like seeing your hair, and she's just like, "This is incredible. What? My God." And she looks up at the rest of you, and she looks at you, Abigail. Can I get focus rolls from the three of you who are not Zephyr? Zephyr, you can actually make this roll if you want to.
Okay. I'm concerned.
Al's still drunk.
Yep.
4?
4.
7?
6. Oh, sorry. Wow, that was pick number 3, my lord. Pick number 3, my lord. Pick number 3. God, I'm fine. It's fine.
Hey.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it.
Al, you're still in your feelings. You're hearing what you heard. Have you stopped thinking about it?
No, but I think it's unreadable. Like, Al's face
Yeah.
is like implacable right now, because I know it's an actual move, but I'm playing the compartmentalization. Like,
Oh,
I
did you
was
use it?
physically... No, I haven't used it, but just sort of like, I am, playing up that trait where it's like, that's happening on the back burners right now. Forefront
Totally.
Al is very stoked.
Totally. my dear fours. Cyril. You have seen a look like that before. It is, it's an unkind look. It is cold as hell. You are sort of like surprised at like this switch that you see in this person. There's some kind of familiarity in it that like you don't know if it's just like you've dealt with enough like street toughs where you've seen this kind of like anger before. It's something is like ringing in your brain about a look like that. Not specifically that look from this person, but like a look like that. Zephyr, you're getting a similar kind of like vibe. You're like, what just happened? Something, and you could swear you see like that neck vein pulse a little bit. With a 6, Abigail, there is no mistaking this look. It may be the case that Amaris has never held anything against you and never once blamed you. This look is from a person who not only blames you, but regrets ever seeing you. And the air fills with Dr. Davies.
Dr. Lane, I'm really glad to see you well.
I certainly wish I could say the same.
Yikes. I understand.
I'm sure that Aunt Abby goes off real well with her.
We're here to,
I know why you're here. She turns back to the desk clerk. They're going to come with me. I'll sign in later. He's like, thunk. Thunk. Come on. And she turns on a heel. Her grip is tightened on you a little bit, Zephyr, and she realizes it instantly, and she lets go and like steps away. And she holds open the private door and like gestures for you all to follow.
Well, that's some history there, huh?
Look back at Abigail just with that question look of what do you do?
Oh, no, Abigail takes, you give the look of, what did you do? Abigail has taken a breath, is clearly like misty-eyed, and that same look of like terror and regret that you saw that morning when she woke up, it's the same look. And Abigail quickly goes into professor, catching up with another professor down the hallway, back into step, just like old days. I know that we are here to take care of work, so I do not want to impose upon that current working relationship. I just want to express to you how sorry I am. I was never given the chance. And you don't have to forgive me or say anything. We can keep this purely professional, or you can tear me a new one, but I did everything I could with what I had. And that's all I can say, but I know I made a horrible and irreparable mistake.
She is like staring at you as you're walking down the hallway. And it's a long hallway. It's like you see, like, you are now in an area of, like, multiple offices, and she's taking you down farther and farther to the back. And she's just... For the sake of Zephyr, I will leave this untouched for now. But I could go a lifetime without ever seeing your face again.
After this, you never have to, but for them, we take care of this.
She turns back and continues leading you down the hallway. You make your way back to a sort of smaller set of offices. You see her lead you past a door that has her name on it with like like emblems on it, and like the next office over is one that reads Dr. Violet Boucher. She says, "This is where she keeps all of her data research and whatnot. I can't get you in, but surely you..." And she's like eyeballing Cyril. She's like, "Surely you
Cyril can.
hands for that."
Cyril doesn't even like wait till she's done speaking. They're already like down, pulling out their
And
They're
for the sake of
lockpicking.
stealth, the idea of like if someone is pickpocketing, the other people act normal and act natural so that it seems more natural, just continues the conversation.
Cyril, do your lockpick shit.
And
Yeah.
that was me trying to consider it an assist because I know there is a mechanic for that
Oh,
in this
yes.
system. Yes.
You may burn a drive to give an
Correct.
extra die to Cyril.
Yep, go for it.
a 6 and a
six.
2.
It's not a high security kind of deal. This isn't like code keys haven't been invented yet. This lock is like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
locks are easy for Cyril. You've been doing this your
Mhm.
whole life. It's just like the door slides open. She's out of town, and so you will be safe in here.
Thank you.
Come on,
And
let's not stand in the
gestures.
hallway.
Yep.
Thank you, Eddie.
She like pats your hair. It's no worry, child. Come on, let's get inside before someone sees. You all go into this office, and Verdian shuts the door and flicks on a light switch. You see, it's a fairly large room. There are filing cabinets all over the place. There's a desk that is like very neat. I want to be clear that even though this room is large and there's a lot of like paperwork and bookshelves and things like that, there is no sense of mess in here. It is neat and controlled. It is pristine. Quick question. For the people that I have not yet asked this of, which I think is Al and Cyril, what does it feel like when you take bleed?
I think there's a moment. Oh,
No, go
Like-
ahead, John. Go ahead.
yeah. I think there's just a moment of like, we don't know if it's real or not, but it looks like Al's body is turning into shadow.
Mm.
And then there's like a blink, and then it's just normal. But it almost feels like a corruption, and like the body is incorporeal, and like she's becoming something it's not.
Yeah, it's crawling on its skin, like just creeping beneath. Take your point of bleed. Cyril?
And help me understand what bleed.
So bleed is
supposed-
magical radiation. Bleed occurs when things from beyond the flare, the veil, reach through into the mortal plane, and it
Mhm.
corrupts things physically, mentally, magically, spiritually. It can warp normal things into impossible things. Every single creature, every phenomena from beyond the flare is soaked in bleed.
Okay.
yeah.
I think the way that the bleed looks for Cyril then begins at their eyes. So they just sort of seem to be more sunken in, and there are these veins that start sort of spreading before they kind of just fade a little bit.
Okay. Take your point of bleed. Abigail? Point of bleed. Zephyr?
Yeah.
Take 2 points of bleed.
All right. So I think what happens as Zephyr walks into this room, we kind of know what is the general idea of what's going on, what's at risk. And ahead of walking into the room, they're going to take a moment. And they're going to pull out a bleed containment vial and initiate a ward on themselves.
Okay. What does that do? Mechanic.
Let me do a double check. The ward soaks 1 bleed.
Okay.
Let me find the gear. The bleed containment vial. Investigators will gather samples from a crime scene to use or examine later. This item protects the user from taking bleed marks from anything within.
Okay.
Though they now carry a dangerous substance on their person.
Okay, that's a bleed containment vial.
Yes.
Okay. And then the ward soaks the bleed as well?
The ward soaks 1 bleed.
Okay. Great. Okay, so you feel this sudden pressure around you, and it's uncomfortable. You're used to, like, the comfort familiarity of bleed. You feel your passenger kind of, like, shake a little bit, and you feel it squeeze, but you have prepared for this moment. Like, you expected something like this, and just, like, you don't know why it's, like, pressing in all around you all of a sudden, but you feel that, and it, like, I think you buckle a little bit, even as you shake it off. You do get the sense, first of all, what you all immediately realize is you are now in the presence of a great amount of bleed in a closed space. And Zephyr, you know that if you stay in here, you will continue to take bleed.
Feels like it's connected somehow.
Yeah. You're not sure why, you just know it.
So, Al, Cyril, and Abby, you will all notice Zephyr almost stumble a little bit, a hand reaching out to brace themselves in the doorway. They don't even make it all the way in. And the other hand is coming up to their head, just to kind of...
Viridian, like, grabs you by the elbows, like, Zephy?
I think I'm gonna keep watch with you, Aunt Riddy.
Make a sense roll for me. And Zephyr, this is a high stakes roll.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna drop, can I drop more than 1 drive at once to get extra dice,
Yes,
as long as I don't go above 6?
As long as you don't go above 6.
Cool. I'm gonna drop 2 drive on this, and I'm gonna roll 5 dice.
Okay. That's so funny.
It's all ones.
Oh, that's really funny. I got a 1, 1, 1, 2, and a 5.
Oof.
I'm glad you burned that drive.
I'm really fucking glad I burned that drive, holy shit! So yeah, that is a 5, it is a mixed success.
Okay. Let me think about how I want to adjudicate this for a second. It's a very funny roll.
That's really funny. I'm taking a picture
Ever
of it.
since you stepped into this building itself, there has been a pulling, and you're familiar with this kind of pulling, but usually you feel it like in your head. This one is like in your gut, like something is pulling you. You've never felt anything like this before. Something is pulling you from like a visceral level, and you don't know what it is, but you are drawn to it. You know somewhere in this building is the famished. The pull is strong, but you don't know where. You're not quite sure of that. Something about this pull is so different, you don't know how to parse it. But you know it's in here.
I think as Viridian kind of helps me kind of like step back out of the room, I will turn to her and just, it's here.
What's here?
Somewhere in this building. What we are hunting, it's here. I can't explain it. I don't know where. I know it's here.
She like looks around the room and she like looks down at you and she like sizes you up. She's like looking to make sure you're like okay. It looks like she's like looking at you like up, down. Are you all right?
Yeah, I can't be in that room. Well,
okay. My office is right next door. I have a suppressant for bleed.
wait, and she'll kind of turn. Aunt Abby,
Yes.
it's here.
Noted. I'm gonna get reading as quickly as I can on these files so we can figure out where.
And I will let Aunt Riddy lead me into her office.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and we'll
And leave
come
the other
back
three to
that.
do their investigations.
Yes.
Yeah,
so we're going to
immediately. Yeah, is searching as many files as possible.
Yeah, so every one of you searching the office, give me a survey roll.
This is 6.
So Cyril's not searching the office, but Cyril's going to be tapping the mini phonogram that they have.
Okay.
Kind of want to like pull it out
Okay.
just to see if anything happens.
No.
Okay.
In looking at it again, you see it, and it looks like that like sort of lid on it that opens up and like closes again. You're starting to get the sense that like something is supposed to go in that. Like something that wasn't at the home. Something's supposed to go in this thing.
Yeah. I think Cyril's going to be looking around, but they're not looking around the paperwork. I think they're going to. Can I try and like search or like do any like I guess it would be like survey, but like search around for like anything that just stands out as different.
Absolutely. Go make that roll, and then Abigail, you rolled
I got
Survey?
a 5.
5. Okay.
So I have this thing called Street Smarts.
Smarts.
And whenever I make a survey roll, I can spend any drive instead of intuition. So I'm going to spend 1 drive from my cunning.
Okay. Spend that
And
drive.
then, yeah.
Oh, by the way, since I described to everyone being in a dangerous position and having faced this thing before in my many little chalkboard TED Talks, can I use my ability field experience? Because I think it might be helpful right now.
Everyone
So-
refresh 1 nerve, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're refreshed 1 nerve.
Okay. I rolled a 6.
Phenomenal.
My
Guys, again,
dice
they're-
are being very kind to me.
There are other numbers on these dice, and maybe we'll find
Yeah.
out what they are. Not yet. Okay. So, Al, with a 6, you are going through things, and you're not exactly like the best search person here. It's not really like not how you operate. Here's what you do find, though, as you go through this office. You're like looking, and you think to yourself, some kind of bullshit, isn't it? Like something about this is just wrong to you. And even for like a doctor, it's too controlled. It's like too specific. And you go around to the back wall, and you get there at the same time as Cyril does. And both of you from different backgrounds. Cyril, you were looking for something that didn't belong. You see a filing cabinet, but instantly, like, this filing cabinet has drawers that you know are fake. You're just looking at them as like, those drawers don't open. Al, you're like knocking on it, and it doesn't sound like a filing cabinet. And up at the top, there is a little keyhole of brass.
Cyril's gonna pull out the key
Fits
that they
right
have in
in.
their pocket.
How'd you get that from?
None of your business.
Kinda is.
Well, I had it. Is there a problem?
Want to know where it came from?
It came from the house.
Thank you.
Useful.
Well, aren't you glad that I found it?
The
Yes,
little person
shall we?
kept it from us.
Well, sometimes gotta look out for ourselves.
Did you take anything else?
No. Lying
Cool.
through fucking
I
teeth.
know. I think Al maybe
Make a
can.
reroll.
Yeah.
Make a reroll.
This is
Make a
gonna get
reroll,
it.
Al. You're great at this.
Hilariously, though, I rolled a 5.
Is that one of your disadvantage ones?
Yeah,
And you rolled a 5?
a 6 and a 5.
You're starting to get the sense that Cyril might not be truthful.
Yeah,
The tells are there.
yeah, starting to get the sense. I think Al is gonna stare, as Cyril says no, and Sarah goes, and like does the after you gesture to the cabinet.
Thanks.
And what is it? So is it opens the entire, like, kind of like just...
So you put the key in and you turn it. And as you do that, the click doesn't come from where the key is. It comes from the base. And you feel the thing unlock at its base. And you begin to roll it backwards.
So it's a false door.
It's like a false covering for
Mm-hmm.
a little tiny ladder. Not a ladder. Stairs. That go directly down. You can see at the bottom there is a little room, and as soon as you push the thing back, it lights up.
I think Cyril's not going to be the first one to go downstairs. It's like,
You got that lamp?
I'm happy to go forward.
I got it, Professor. Professor, I got it. Cyril, give me your lamp.
Thank you, Al.
Why would I give you my lamp?
I don't
Did you
have a
bring-
lamp, and I'm going first. Give me your lamp. Unless you'd like to go first.
Sure, fine. I'll go first. I'm not giving you my lamp.
All right.
Not with shadow monsters hanging around, so.
That's why I wanted to go first, but all right.
Okay.
Cyril just like rolls their shoulders back.
It says, Carlisle, if you don't want to see me again, you owe me a drink in the afterlife.
And then just goes down.
Al will follow closely behind, not out of like suspicion, but out of like actual protective instinct.
You all make your way
Hey.
down this.
Lightkeeper, just really quick, just
Yeah.
this is Ruby pulling the curtain back for a second. So if we hit out of 3 for like body, brain, or bleed, does that mean that we become unconscious?
Scar.
No, you take the 4th mark.
Great.
4th mark is the one that knocks you out.
Perfect.
And then you take
Just-
that scar.
I wanted to make sure. And
I can't
outside
imagine
of
what you need
items,
to know that for.
outside of items, are there anything that is there anything we can do action-wise to help soak maybe a little brain or a a bleed? Because I might be a
Only if
little
it
hurt
says that
right now.
specifically. Only if it
There's
says
my-
specifically in a text of an ability that you have chosen when you built your
Yeah.
character.
We
You know,
do. We also do have the Nobody Left Behind, so when a member of your circle drops incapacitated from taking too many marks, any roll a player makes in the scene to protect them or get them out of danger has a plus 1d. So you'll still be incapacitated, but we
And also, don't
have
forget
an
you do have your
advantage.
stamina training as well as part of your circle,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
full disclosure to our audience, all of our players took a scar from their backstories that moves them closer to essentially death, but also gave them more abilities. It was a trade-off we did because it's a one-shot. So you also have your second circle ability gives you stamina training, which there's a pool of 3 dice that you can take from. There are only 3 dice in there, though, for this assignment, so just keep that in mind. None of them have been used yet, just in case.
Okay.
You make your
Got
way
it.
down this stairway, and you come into a little, tiny, less pristine room. There's a desk on it. There are some papers sort of like on it. They're not very like scattered. They're a little messier than what was upstairs. What is of note in here is on this desk is a glass case. In this glass case, it's like wooden glass panel on top, and inside you can see in like a velvet kind of setting a series of look like discs. They're like, and as you get closer and look at it, it's like they are vinyls, tiny vinyls, and they have numbers on them. And they seem to say, I think, they're like a series of 4 or 5 numbers on them. The first one is in like the thousands range, and then there's like a 2,000, 2,000, 4,000, essentially. Like they increase from left to right. And then there's one that isn't a vinyl. It's like a little. It's a reel. We're at the silent era of movers, technology-wise, but it is a film reel, very small one, a microfilm.
like tiny. Like, does that look?
Think about tiny for what that era would be. But yeah, Cyril, those vinyls would probably fit in that device. Now that you see them.
Cyril is pondering whether they should pull out the little device or not. They will.
I think you'll just hear I'll go, what a surprise. I'm
Okay.
shocked.
Again, convenient.
I could just put it away. When we're done with it, though, I'm taking it and I'm selling it. So
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
excellent.
Okay. Do you take a vinyl into the machine? Okay.
Sure. Is it just like putting like a little tiny like, what is this? A record for ants? Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's like a little record for ants in your hand. You put it in, you shut the lid on it, and you now understand that there's like a little button on the side that you can depress in. And you do so.
Case log 13291. Pilot Boucher, 1899. Subject approached Eons after a bout of uncontrollable violence. Subject wished to learn more about the phenomena attached to its shadow. I certainly couldn't refuse someone in need, especially not someone capable of destruction of this kind. A quick study of the incidents in question confirmed my suspicions. Such a creature, if controlled correctly, could be utilized to our advantages.
It stops.
And there is where the foolishness lies, because something like this cannot be controlled.
Do you grab the next one?
yeah.
Baby, you
Log
cannot!
2102. Violet Boucher, 1901. Subject displays impressive capability for destruction, but also seemingly has little effect on solid objects like walls or structures. Despite being apparently composed of umbra, it does seem to be affected by physical contact from animate or inanimate matter. Curiously, at the moments of its deployment from the host, there becomes a moment of stillness in the air molecules in its vicinity. This in turn creates the effect of a curtain of silence in the area affected. Conjecture. This is a result of the expansion of the subject from the realm it resides in to our material plane. Further testing on its ability to affect the air will need to be studied. Of note, while it is capable of manifesting best from shadows, it is rendered immaterial by a highly concentrated light source, and cannot maintain form in an absence of all light. Paradoxical, as to be expected of a creature from beyond the veil.
A host, you say?
Do you move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Log 40012. Violet Boucher, 1903. The soldiers provided for our most recent experiment proved our deepest suspicions true. Despite its immaterial nature, the beast does have ability to affect living matter in a manner conducive not just with destruction, but an absorption of something greater. Vitae, perhaps. Or a soul, even, if such a thing exists. Regardless, study on the corpses that we have now collected will prove quite fruitful in the future.
Cyril, or sorry, not Cyril. Al,
Hi.
take a brain.
Yee. 1 second, please. Just for the sake of doing it, I'm gonna burn my nerve resistance to take a brain, to absorb that, to soak that brain.
Yes, so you will not take that brain, and you use your nerve resistance via your compartmentalization ability.
Yeah, so I think as you look over, Al is actually like punching her thigh with like a hammer fist just over and over again.
You put the next disc in.
Are you good?
Great.
We can stop if it's
Don't.
okay.
Log 4128. Violet Boucher, 1906. Hector has begun to doubt our experiment's natures. Perhaps the failure of his most recent attempt to procure suitable test subjects, instead repeating prior testing, has only led to my own personal disappointment in him. With that said, it's simply the case that Dr. Kincaid knows too much. I will have a conversation with our host. I will see if there is something that can be done about him before his conscience gets the better of him.
Is there another one?
There are no more audio vinyls. There is that little microfilm. And you do see on a little like stand on the desk like a little tiny film projector that you could run it through.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put it on there and it starts running and it's like no sound, it's black and white. You see a recording of like there is a person in a room. Like they're wearing what looks like scrubs, essentially. And they're sort of like standing in this like testing room, and they don't seem to know what's going on. They're like looking around, they're like a little confused. And that's when around the outside edges you see like these enormous tendrils of darkness like begin to work their way around. And they hover for a moment and then snap around this person in scrubs and just rip them apart. you see the shadows begin to like withdraw, and you see them like coalesce into a figure that is like shrinking, and you see Dr. Boucher, or a woman, excuse me. You see a woman with like a tight high bun walk onto the screen. She's wearing a lab coat, and she's walking her way over to the shadow. We're gonna put a pin in that for a second, because it's been a while since we've done anything with Zephyr, and I want to go over to Zephyr really quickly. Zephyr, you go into Viridian's office next door, and you like stagger in there from like the force of like the bleed that you've been soaking, and this reminds you of Viridian's office, right? Like she used to have one over at the chapter house. It's a little messy, but never like so out there that you couldn't like stand being in it, right? It's like you have a very neat personality, but your auntie, like, she's a little messier than you or Amaris. And you like see a scattering of books, you see a teacup on the table that you remember like making for her when you were like 8 years old. It's surprisingly well formed. You see like a potted lilac in the corner, which is surprising that she's kept it alive this long. And you like step in, and you're like trying to shake off the bleed, and she like closes the door behind you, and you see her like press her head against the door, like all of the weight of everything that's been going on so far is just exasperating her.
I stagger my way to whatever closest seating there is, whether it's a desk or a chair.
Yeah.
And just take a moment to breathe. And watch her.
She like is holding her head against the door still.
Ready?
Life is so fucking cruel.
What did Professor Davies do?
It should have been her. Why couldn't it be her? And she turns back to look at you, and she's like crying a little bit. Why couldn't it have been her? Why was it you?
Who?
Can you make a focus roll for me? Focus, read, survey, or sense. Whatever you want to use there.
I think I'm gonna go with sense, because I have a funny feeling that this has something to do with the veins that are...
Okay.
So let's see how this goes. Okay. I'm going to... I think for flavor, because I'm a little bit shaken, I'm gonna take, instead of the 6 on a normal die, I'm gonna take the 4 on my gilded die, recover and drive.
Interesting. Okay.
And do that.
A 4.
The 4.
Okay. I'm stacking... Okay, so this is... Remember that high-stakes roll from earlier?
I
That was
do!
a mixed success?
Yeah.
So this is another mixed success, and the consequences have been delayed. So I'm... Just so you know about that. That feeling in your gut that you've had since you walked into this building, it didn't go away when you left that room. And you can't focus it still. You know it's nearby. Whatever it is it's pulling is very nearby you. But you don't have time to think about that. And I think your brain stops a little bit when you look down at the floor. and you realize that Viridian's shadow is just a little bit too dark. And she's gripping the door. Like, she's got her hands, she's facing you, but she's got her hands behind you, and she's gripping the door frame. It shouldn't have been you. Why couldn't it have been her?
Couldn't what have been her? What happened?
And her shadow grows. And now grows and grows over her. And you try to ask her, but as you mouth the words, you don't hear anything. Those of you down in the little tiny room, the tendrils are withdrawing back into this person. And you see Violet Boucher walk up to Viridian on the film. As this towering shadow is now hulking over Viridian and staring at you with those 3 eyes, Zephyr, I need you to take a point of bleed for me, as it is now filling the room.
My 3rd bleed point.
Here's your 3rd bleed point. You'll get a chance to do something, but the 3 of you, the tape is finished. The sound of a reel flapping film endlessly as it finishes. What do?
I mean, we saw Viridian. We're running back upstairs. Or Al is running back upstairs.
Okay.
I immediately look at the paperwork. I feel like I would have tried to memorize as quickly as possible the new spell that Amaris gave me, the binding spell. Point blank, this is famish. I'm binding this thing as quickly as possible where it frickin' stands.
Okay.
Yep. Is it a binding location, or does it have to be bound to a person?
I will need you to give me a roll for that.
Great.
Is this a focus roll?
Focus, probably inspect, analyze, remember. This is
this is a focus
knowing
roll.
Exactly how the ritual works. Yep.
And I'm going to be upfront with you. This is a high stakes focus roll. In the meantime,
I'm gonna put drive in.
You can also use your gilded dice that we have, just chilling.
Yeah.
You do have 3 gilded dice in the pool.
Well,
Remember,
and I have a
maxed out at
gilded
6.
dice for focus already,
Okay.
so like I'm it's a good skill of mine.
So we're gonna start with that.
Six.
Full success. Okay, remind me your question.
Wait, hang on. I
Think
said
about that
it and
for
it
a
was
second.
really.
Yeah, you were
Say
asking
again?
about, I think it was whether it binds to a person or a place?
Yes. Am I trying with this version of the ritual and the way I have studied it? It's best success because I want to make sure it is as strong as possible. This thing is clever. It is cunning.
Okay.
What is the strongest version of this spell? Is it the one that binds it to this location, or is it the one that binds it specifically to a soul and a person? Because if it's going to harm anyone else and it's bound to this location, I am binding it to me because I am not letting anything happen to Z if I can freaking help it.
You got a full success, and you've spent a long time thinking about the day that everything went wrong.
Yep.
Here's what you know. The spell that you were given was to bind something that was not bound to anything or not paired with anything. It was free. For you to utilize it as is, you know that it would likely not discriminate between shadow and the creature it's attached to. And moreover, with a full success, you are also unsure whether or not it would affect Zephyr's passenger, and by extension, Zephyr. That's as is. Now, you could do a specific modification now that you have all that information. On the fly would be very difficult and would require a roll.
Okay, so
You are thinking about that as you are moving.
Yep.
Stow that thought for a moment. Hold on
Yep.
to it. I need all three of you to make move rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The stakes are, if you couldn't guess, a little bit high.
Mm-hmm.
While they're doing that, Zephyr,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
First, I'm using my let them in ability to ask the Lightkeeper a question. Because I took some bleed. The question
Sure did.
is, do I think, with the way that I am somehow connected to this thing, do I think it is possible to get this thing away from Aunt Riddy without hurting her?
You know how your passenger is kind of bonded to you. And you've never really thought about it, but you know instinctively that your passenger is a part of you. You can't really... You have no idea how to pull them apart. I'm going to need you to make a sense roll. High stakes. Okay, so back to my movers. Al, that is a 6. Okay. 5 and Cyril.
So I have 2 on move. I picked a drive so that I can roll 3. And I got 2 6s.
A critical success. I want you to break me up a piece of what it looks like for you as soon as this tape finishes. I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know what this looks like.
So Cyril's scar, because it was commented on earlier. Cyril's scar shows up as that they cannot sleep. So they have not been able to have a good night's sleep or slept at all since they were found by Zephyr and the rest of the circle of seekers and sinners. And that is why most of their personality comes off as this brutish and upset and constantly jaded sort of individual, and that's because they just truly have not been able to have a good night's rest. And in their mind, they constantly see themselves in that night, their inability to move, the silence that came with this entity, this thing, walking in as just some nobody into this situation just because he needed to make a quick buck. And he would not be here were it not for Zephyr. And I think with this scar, they would run away from a dangerous situation. However, because Zephyr is in danger, Cyril is hightailing it with their gas lamp in hand.
Yeah.
Knowing the only thing that they could potentially use, that is the only thing they could potentially use to combat the shadow creature.
Yeah. You immediately turn and just kick off, and even as Al, who's farther back, is turning to start going, you are already past them. You have been on edge for so long. This is a moment where you can do something. And you are shooting up those stairs. It takes you 2 bounds to get back up to the main floor of the office, and you make it out the door, and you are back in the hallway, and you are at the door. With a critical success, I'm going to let you get up to the door, and you will get a free strike to try and get in.
Yeah, they're gonna kick the door in.
Okay, make a strike roll.
Yeah. Let's go.
What was your sense roll, Zephyr?
So it was initially a 5. I went ahead and I burned an intuition resistance to re-roll, and that is now a 6.
A 6. Regular 6, double 6.
Regular 6. Unless it counts the 6 on the gilded. Sorry, that was different. No, it's regular 6.
Okay, just the one in your pool.
Yeah, just one.
That's okay. Full success.
I have a 1 on strike. I'm gonna use, if it's okay, can I use one of the stamina training, one of the gilded die? To try and, like, kick this door in.
I'm good with it.
Okay, cool. That is a 5 on the regular die and a 4 on the gilded die.
Okay, you can probably take the gilded because it's the same result either way. So go ahead and refresh a drive. Yeah, you make a strike at the door and you feel it give a little bit, but something is holding it. And you don't know what, but something feels like it is massive on the other side. And you know it's going to take at least another strike. Like, it's going to take a good strike to get in.
Okay.
That was a... Sorry, what was your... You had a mixed success on your sense roll, right? Or no, you had a full success. You had a 6.
So I reroll, yeah, because resistance. I burned resistance to reroll.
Yes. You... Knowing that what you want to do is try and separate them, I think what happens is you try and, like, reach out and you feel your passenger spring out of your shadow at this moment. And both of you are, like, reaching out, like, hand in hand, and, like, you're trying to, like, pull it, and you can't quite, like, latch onto it, per se, immediately. But this hulking thing in this silence is like, towering over you, and the air begins vibrating, and you feel in your head this voice just go, finally. And as it does that, you also feel this moment in your head, a vision, one of your visions, essentially. And you recognize immediately, this is old, this is a memory. This is not something that is yet to come to pass. This is a memory. And you see what we saw back at the beginning. You see the room below the chapter house. You see Aunt Abby on the ground, unconscious. You see your Aunt Azure and your Uncle Simon on the ground. Simon is basically torn in half, and Azure is just in a pool of her own blood. And you see Amaris deflated, as though everything has been taken out of her and she is not breathing. And you see Viridian pushing herself to her feet, and you hear her scream, "No!" And she goes over and she is, like, holding Amaris around the shoulders, and she's, like, shaking her and, like, patting her and, like, trying to get her to react, and nothing. And then this bestial shadow steps forward, and it puts a single foot on top of Viridian's shadow, and as it does, it says, you can hear it, and you understand it.
How about a deal?
And there's a moment where Viridian, like, realizes she understands what it's saying. She looks up at it, and she looks down, and she just immediately turns back and says, "Yes." And you watch as a piece of, like, air seems to disconnect from the shadow and fall back into Amaris's body, and it no longer looks deflated. It, like, re-inflates. And she starts like, coughing. And as she's doing that, the shadow shrinks and begins pooling itself into Viridian's shadow until it finishes and her shadow is just that little bit darker. And she grabs Amaris's face. She's, "Deep breath, love. Take a deep breath." And you see Aunt Abby stirring. And you come back to the present. And as you look into Viridian's eyes now, you know that she's just relived it too. You shared that moment together. And because you got this 6, as this creature's, one of its 6 shadowy arms reaches out to smash at you, you're able to get out of the way. You sense it coming in time. It like something pulls it back at its like hand. Something like stops it from hitting you in time, and you manage to move out of the way, and it slams into the desk. There's still no sound yet, but you see it crumble underneath the weight of it. You had a 6, Al. You are now at the door. What are you gonna do?
I am going to draw my gear, a hand weapon, and it's going to be like a tech, like I'm trying to think like sort of World War I-ish sort of tech, and just pulls out like a combat knife from her boot. And because like inorganic material seems to hurt it from what we understand, and she's going right for the third eye.
You are still outside the door. The door is not in there yet.
I'm gonna move in the room then.
The door is blocked and hasn't been busted open yet.
Would
you like to fuck up the door? Yeah,
well,
there you go.
Fuck up the door.
Strike roll.
I have a 3 in strike.
Hell yeah.
So it should go pretty well, right?
One is gilded.
I had a 3
6...
in something once.
Yep. So it is a 6, 2, and a 1. I will not take the gilded 2. I'll take the 6.
Okay. In combination with the other roll from Cyril, this is enough. Bam! The door breaks open, and you on the inside, Zephyr, see the door slam into the back of this thing, and you see Viridian stumble forward. And as this happens, the shadow creature like turns, and now there is sound in the room again. It rushes back in. And all of you now see this creature. As Abby, you are now making your way to the door, and you see it, and it is exactly as you remember it. Take a break.
A brain, you say? That gives me a scar.
It sure does. You see the hulking creature of your nightmares, and you can. Those of you who are looking in that direction hear as Abby hits the ground.
Is it actually possible to use the behind me? Because it says any phenomenon. It doesn't say. So I'm gonna burn a nerve, and I think what'll happen is, as I see, as Professor Davies' eyes start to like cloud over, I'm just gonna like step in front of her and say, "It was me. I was the surviving one. That was me, and this is my nightmare."
Remind me, get behind me. Does that mean you take it for them?
Yes, I sure do.
How many brain do you have?
I have 2.
Okay, you're fine then.
Yeah.
Yeah. You take that brain, and Abby, you're about to go out, and this just clarity of focus. Al, present, and here to repay you for what you did for it.
Are we waiting on Abby?
Anyone wants to do something? Go ahead.
This was I didn't know if I could say something and be like, cool,
You're not unconscious.
I mean, no, in that case, I look at Owl, I nod and take a breath to steel myself at least a little. And then I think, not looking at the thing, step into the room defiantly, take out the papers, and start to read the incantation that I have written down for this thing.
Yes, so let's revisit this now. This is like a hastily revised one, right? This is like you trying to come up with one that will not, or is this the full like spray and pray blast?
This is the what do you mean spray and pray blast?
Well, because remember we said that it's like if you just do it as it is written, you're rewritten it. So if you don't, do the one as written, it could get more people than just the shadow.
No. I am doing the one that just binds it to me. I'm making it a face off. I'm doing the barbarian. Look at me. Don't look at these other motherfuckers. So that it doesn't.
So I'm clear. You want to try and pull this thing off of Viridian and bind it to you?
What I want to do is make sure that we have a way to destroy this thing and keep it secure without the bleed hitting anyone else. The way that it feeds on people, it's like the moment that it has freedom of movement, it tears into someone. If I can find a way to keep it in place, Ella Enchanted style, maybe we can kill it. I don't know.
Cyril is. This is an office, right?
Yeah.
Cyril is gonna take their gas lamp and they're gonna toss it at an area where there is a lot of paperwork.
Okay.
They're going to set this room on fire to try and get as much light as possible to keep this thing from moving in the darkness.
Cyril control roll. Abigail, focus roll.
Yes.
Both of these are high stakes.
Okay. Understood.
I'm gonna burn 2 drives so that I can roll 3.
I'm burning 1 drive and 6.
1-6.
Yes.
And Cyril?
The highest thing I got was a 4.
4. Okay.
Mhm.
Here's how this plays out. Abigail, Al has invigorated you, has given you focus again. You know that you can do it, and you believe in yourself. And you start going. Zephyr, you hear Old Farron, and you recognize the words that are being said. And you recognize what it's doing, and in this moment, you can feel like suddenly there is a pull and a tearing at this gigantic shadow. It is like something is grabbing at it, like something invisible is grabbing at it and pulling it into what feels like the ground. As this happens, Cyril throws the lantern in, and it hits the back near the potted lilac, which you all now realize is the smell that you smelled back in the home. And it catches fire, and it goes up in a blaze. And as that happens, 2 things occur. Number 1, Zephyr, your passenger is out, and the sheer amount of light starts to like dissolution it a little bit. I need you to take a body as the bright light seems to strike you in the back somehow. And as that happens, the other part of this mixed success, the light sort of dissolutions the famished a little bit as well, and whatever is pulling it rips off this, like, more than half of it in a chunk, and just like a vacuum or water down a drain, sucks it into the floor. And you see this mark appear on the floor in some kind of Old Farron room. And the thing itself shrinks down to like half its size, and you hear, all of you feel, or you hear it. You are actually hearing this. This is the first time I've experienced for some of you, but the air is vibrating. It goes, no. And as it does, the shadows wrap around Viridian and pull them both into the floor separately, into a shadow, and they're both gone. Yes.
Zephyr, up until this point, has been almost frozen. Just tears running down their face as they are just now realizing why Aunt Ray left, why I haven't seen Aunt Azure or Uncle Simon in 10 years. And what I would like to do is I would like to, as this thing melts into the floor, taking my Aunt Reddy with it, I would like to try and play the bait to bring it back. Just saying, oh no you don't.
Ooh. You have to make a roll for this, right? It's a sense roll?
It is a sense roll, yes. Yeah, it's a sense roll. To bring a nearby phenomenon toward me.
Yeah.
Can I burn some drive to help? Because I have...
I think you need to burn a whatever intuition drive, and I don't know if you have those.
I have 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright, I'll burn one.
Does that give me an extra die?
Yes.
Okay.
You get 1 extra die.
Okay. And I'm gonna burn one of my own to give me an extra die, to give me another extra die. So I'm just gonna roll 5 and see what happens.
Okay.
Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is it is a mixed success. The bad news is that none of them were 6. So it's a 5.
It's a 5.
I know what's gonna happen. Like, I know what you're about to do to me.
Oh, good. What do you say? How do you draw it? I want to know.
Zephyr, as this thing is starting to melt into the floor, will just fall to their knees, scraping at this shadow. And they're half crying, half pleading, just half shouting. You are not going to take her away from me again. You are not going to take anyone away from me again. Get your shadowy butt back in this room. Not again.
You reach down, and you and the hands around you, your passenger's hands, settle over yours because your passenger doesn't want to see you hurt anymore either. And they reach in with you, and you sink your hands into this thing that has your aunt. And as you do, you feel that you have grabbed it. And you know it wants you. And you, in turn, suddenly feel tendrils wrap around your hands. And you are pulled in with it. And there's a moment like pressure. You've never stepped from shadow to shadow before. It's like being squeezed into something, but like bleed feels to you, there's a comfort in it, a safety, away from the harsh light of that fire. And as you feel it open up back around you, there is a whump and a slam, and you fall onto a cold stone floor. And as you do, you look up and you know this room. It is a dark stone room. You've been down here a few times. This is the room below the chapter house. And you've just seen it again recently in a memory. And Viridian is there with you, with this shadow that is only half the size that it was before. It is now just slightly larger than her. But you're not alone down there, the two of you. You see, having walked in there, a different stack of books and papers in hand, and the look like she's cried a few times in the last hour. Amaris. Slack-jawed. And she reaches up and immediately slaps her lapel pin. And the three of you feel the buzz. And I think you know where they've gone. For expedition's sake, speedrunning's sake, you're going there. We know you're going there. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to start a countdown die until you get there. It's not very far from Briargreen back to the place where your chapter house is in the Varnish. It's gonna take some time at your top speed. You might get lucky and find a vehicle. How this is going to work is as such. Decide between yourselves who is going to roll either move or survey to find a vehicle. That is a high-stakes roll, and your first roll can lower the countdown to get you there sooner, or can keep it still.
I have 2 in move.
I've also got 2 in move.
Okay.
I've got 2
And
in
a
move
ton
and
of
2 in
drive.
survey.
Okay. I also have on survey. If I do a survey roll, I can use drive from any one of them. So I only have 2 in intuition right now, but I could pull from nerve and cunning as well to get as much percentage as possible.
So you want
You
to
know
do
what?
that survey?
Go for it.
Okay. I'll do survey. Does anyone who wants to pick up move?
I can do move.
All right, I will burn one of my intuition drives to help the survey.
That would be a...
Okay.
All right, how
so
many dice do you have?
then I'll 1 survey. So 1 from Al. I'm going to burn 1 intuition, but I'm also going to burn 1 cunning. So then I'll have 4 total. Oh, my little rounded edges.
1, 1, and 5. Yay.
2 5s on my top.
2 5s. Okay, here's what's going to happen. You are going to find a vehicle. You are going to find a kind of experimental, not experimental, but like, it's a car that doesn't have a lot of decked out shit. It's just like, it's going to get you there faster than if you were just on foot. So that helps. The bad news is it took you a little bit longer to find like the way to turn it on, or like you're hot wiring, of course. You're fucking hot wiring.
Yeah,
We're
hot wiring.
You succeeded hot wiring it, but it takes you a little bit longer than you were hoping. So the countdown die will decrease by 1 and not 2. So that's where that stands. We're going back to the ritual room beneath the chapter house.
Hi.
Zephyr.
Zephyr is just at first catching their breath because they've just been slammed into a floor. Just kind of like pushes themselves up, looking between Viridian and Amaris. What? We were just at Amaris. It's her. It's Aunt Riddy.
And Amaris is like slack-jawed. Like she had the instinctual reaction to hit her lapel pin. Like it's just ingrained in her after like 15 years since Viridian's little sister built the thing. And she's like looking. Riddy.
She made a deal.
Why?
For you.
And Viridian is like sobbing. She's like, you died. It took your soul from you. And you offered to give it back. I would make that choice 1,000 times again if I had to. And for it, if I touch you, I am bleed. I can't lose you again. But I don't want... And she looks back at you, Zephyr. I don't... And she looks at your passenger, just like... It wants that. And I have searched so long to give it what it wants. And I've never succeeded. And it was you. It's not fair.
I give... It wants my friend, not me.
The passenger kind of like looks... Zephyr Green, I would give myself to this thing, or we would give ourselves to this thing willingly. But you would not survive it in such a way. It would consume us both.
Will it release Aunt Riddy?
The deal was made. It must be upheld, or the breath will be taken.
What was the deal? That she help you find me? That was the deal?
Long I chased. So long and yet so close. I would accept your deal.
Force my friend into a deal that they do not agree to, but if they agree to it, if they are willing, I will make that trade. You will
Make a
leave
reroll.
by Aunt Riddy. All right. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna burn both of my drives in cunning to get myself up from a disadvantage to 2 dice.
Yeah, nice, good.
It's gonna be worth it because it's a 6.
A 6.
As opposed to the 2 that was on the other one, but
You have an understanding of the way that these things communicate because you have one. The way that the air vibrates, you were familiar with it when you were a small child, and you like sort of grew up with it at the same time you were learning your language. You have never been more certain of a lie in your life.
I will look at this. I will look at this thing. I would make this deal as Aunt Riddy did 1,000 times. But not if you're gonna lie through her teeth. Not if you're going to look at me and promise falsehoods.
Not the fool. Shame.
The 3 of you. Let's have a move roll from whoever wants to.
I'll take the move roll and I'll burn 2 drive on it, giving me 4 dice. A 2, 3, 4, 6. My
6.
gilded was the gilded was a 3, so I won't take that.
Yeah. With a 6, it's easy enough for you to traverse the rest of the journey back to the chapter house itself. It was going to be 2. You have 2 successes to move. You are now at the chapter house. It will be 1 more move to get into the basement. Because I think, both for speed purposes, but also for, I think between what Abigail has been telling you along the way, you will know exactly where to go. So you are at the chapter house, but you are not in the basement yet. Let me go back to the basement. The no longer so hulking, but still large creature looks at you.
I've waited long enough.
And I need you to make a move roll.
Go ahead and roll my dice. Oh, that's a 4.
A 4. Okay.
4.
Once again, as you see this gigantic arm of shadow, not as gigantic as it used to be, it's still large, and it bends, and you see the other arms like retract in now to give it its size, like it has to pull in other parts of itself, since half of it is sealed into another place. It reaches out at you, and you manage to get out of the way a little bit, right? It's not quite enough, and it clips you again, and you will take a body as it spins you and you fly. And you feel that something held it. Something held that arm from, like, fully hitting you. And you see Viridian, like, gripping at the air, like, trying to do something. And there's, like, now this ichor that is, like, up her neck is now coming from her eyes. She's like,
No! You've taken enough!
One last move roll from the group upstairs.
Each of us or one of us?
One of you as a group to get downstairs. On a failure, something bad will happen. You will. Here I'm going to set the stakes for this. A failure will cause something to happen to the lot of you. A mixed success will get you in, but it's going to get another attack at Zephyr. A full success gets you in before.
I will say that for narrative purposes, I feel like this move roll makes most sense for me because I know exactly where the room is in the house.
Yes.
And yeah, like
Go for it.
with the narrative justification you were giving a second ago, I'm gonna burn a drive as well. Hang on. 6, thank God. Yay.
A 6. Okay.
Yeah.
You care. You have thought about this.
I'll take a picture!
And-
Don't say, oh, is it?
You have taken 10 years to think about this and everything that went wrong before, and you are ready. You lead everyone down through the door into the basement, and you see Amaris standing there, tears streaking from her eyes. You see Viridian reaching, trying to hold back this thing that is pressing against her, and she is losing that fight. And you see Zephyr picking themselves up off from the ground and looking, how badly hurt are you, Zephyr?
Got
Body-wise.
2 body, 1 brain, 3 bleed.
Great, good to know. The 3 of you will get, well, initiative doesn't exist in Candela Obscura. The first person to choose to make an action here, or decide amongst yourselves, who gets the action before this, before the famished.
I think Cyril's gonna run directly towards Zephyr to body block if necessary, essentially.
Okay.
Human meat shield between Zephyr and this thing.
Make me either a move or control, your choice.
I'll do a move.
Okay.
Also, for purposes, if this thing tries and attack me, I'll use my Death Defy.
Okay.
Which is once per session, I can escape unscathed. So I take 1. When I take 1 or more marks from an enemy, I escape unscathed. It was a 5.
It was a 5, a mixed success. You get there. You're just not quite fast enough to intercept the attack fully, but you do block at least a little bit of it. And so, again, this big sweeping shadow arm breaks from the control. Hold on a moment. Yes. It breaks from the control of Viridian, and it, wham, hits you, and it also still comes into contact with Zephyr. I need... you're going to do Death Defy, so you don't take anything.
Mm-hmm.
Zephyr, you are going to take a body, and you are also going to take a bleed.
My friend, a bleed scar.
A bleed scar.
And you know what it is.
I do. We'll get there. You all watch as this arm swings in, and Zephyr this time goes limp and sort of like sails through the air and collapses against the floor, unconscious. And you hear in unison both Viridian and Amaris go, "No!"
And Aunt Abby.
Yeah. And Aunt Abby. Go ahead and do something, Aunt Abby.
I-
Seems narratively right.
Yeah, no, I've been thinking about this for years. Anything that oh god. Is there any kind of spell of light, something that I can summon within this thing to try and just take it apart from the outside? This is a moment of, I'm trying something because I am pissed.
Here's what I'll say. If
Yeah.
you would like to do a spell that you have not done before, that's going to be a sense roll. If you would like to try your revised chant again, that's going to be a focus roll.
I'm gonna call this a revised chant. I think all of this is
Okay.
based on the research
Yeah.
into this thing after the years. Yeah.
So
and
are
I'm
you going to do
gonna-
the same thing you did back at Eons, or are you going to try a new thing? I just need to
The
know
n-
for adjudication purposes.
This is new thing. This is word adjustment to, rather than break, like hurt, destroy, that rend, some other word replacement that
Okay.
will hurty.
Great. Make a focus roll. And I'm going to tell
Yay.
you the stakes are the highest.
I'm gonna spend my drives that I have then, because that feels important right now.
It should.
There are 2 6s. I'll take it.
2 6s?
So there were
This-
4
this-
dice total, and yeah, there are 2 6s in there.
Narissa, why don't you break me off a little piece of what you want to happen here? Tell me how you want this to take place, and I will adjudicate from there with your critical success.
after years of studying and fearing the monsters that live under the bed, after studying the famish that tore asunder the only people who finally believed her, she speaks the words as articulately as she can before looking into what she can only imagine are the eyes of this beast that have ripped its claws into Viridian, and just smiles, and at the end of the rend, destroy from the inside out with light adjustment of the spell, say, did I pronounce it right?
Oh, yes. Oh. And you reach through your words and you bite them. Each syllable, you know that you will not get this wrong again. And you reach in between with your hands, between Viridian, between the famished, and you rip! And this thing now sits floating in the air above. Viridian falls to her knees, and she's panting, and she looks up. But she's alive. And before I continue with this narration, I want to be very, very clear about something. If you did not get that critical success, this would have killed her. Outright.
Yep.
I want you to know that before I continue. And now, with the famished in the air, writhing, now loose, you finish the chant that you started 10 years ago. And as you say, did I say it correctly? There is a vibration in the air that is akin to no, and it dissipates into nothing. What do you do?
Viridian, are you okay?
She's like staring at you and she's like, sorry. And she just is bawling. She like puts her face into the ground before you. All of the horror that she has rent on people in trying to keep Amaris alive, and everything that she's borne against you for all these years, is pouring out of her.
I just hold her. I went to hold out a hand, she went to the ground, and I just hold her. There's something else to say.
There's a sound as there's like a thud as Amaris drops to her knees next to you and just like reaches out slowly, like she's trying, like she just touches Riddy's face and just like gently strokes her thumb along her cheek, and that like gets Viridian to turn her head up, like tears pouring, and she's and she can't stop sobbing. And I think Amaris like brings herself in with the two of you. Zephyr, you come back to consciousness. What did this bleed scar change?
As Zephyr, everyone's a little bit preoccupied with the sobbing, crumpled heap on the floor full of 3 people. And as Zephyr kind of comes back to consciousness, they're kind of crumpled on their side, and they slowly turn as they regain consciousness and meet. I think thematically it makes sense for them to meet Aunt Abby's eyes as she's kind of holding Aunt Riddy. And Aunt Abby, You watch as Zephyr opens 1, 2, 3 eyes.
This dark, Vanta black, shadowy orb right here in the center of Zephyr's forehead blinks. Kind of looks back and forth. What action points did you move?
I am going to take a point from move. Just the thematic. I may not necessarily have full control over my movement. And I am going to take a point in a third point in focus. I now have 3 eyes and not just 2.
All right. Your passenger will step around in front of you. We are so happy for you, Zephyr Green.
Will you stay?
If you want us.
I would like you to stay.
We would like that.
I would hug you, but I don't know how to hug a shadow.
You see it like awkwardly like lift its hands up. Like it's just sort of like it's never tried to do this before either.
I do my best.
It puts its arms around you and there's feeling. Like it had corporeal edges and you feel it hug you. There's no like body warmth there. But that same sensation that you get, that comfort of bleed, you don't take a point of bleed, but you feel it. The comforting part of it, the familiar part of it. And you realize that the reason that the sensation of bleed has always felt a comfort to you is because it has always been a part of you in this passenger. Does anyone else have anything to do down here in this moment before we move into the conclusione?
I'm gonna go join the group hug.
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna be like, I want to check on Zephyr, so good, get in here.
Al and Cyril?
I think Al's just staring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you have a lot of thoughts. Okay. In the... What do you do in the weeks that follow? Let's start, Al. In the week that follows this event, what are you up to? What do you do?
Al's waiting at Eve's. For one Dr. Boucher to return.
Interesting. Dr. Violet Boucher does not return to that laboratory. That laboratory also burns to the ground.
All right.
As a result of Cyril's lantern, the entire place fucking caught fire. It is toasty ghosty. You don't find any way to approach a Dr. Violet Boucher. You aren't sure if she changed her name. You're not sure of anything in that regard, but you don't find her.
All right.
Anything else?
That's it?
Okay. I think at one point, like probably the next time you go to the tomato patch, B like sees something in your eyes and she just pours you something like really nice, like whatever your favorite drink is, and just it's on the house, love.
Thanks, love.
Yeah, you buy me dinner before you fucking call me that again, eh?
Fine.
Good. Get some fucking sleep. God damn it.
You got a tomato patch, and I'm gonna down the drink.
Fuck off. Cyril.
I think Cyril will. The first thing is they continue meeting their brother same night every week to catch up, and they can never quite open up about what exactly it is that they're doing now. And a part of them is still not sleeping, still not being unable to find ease and comfort. It's getting a little easier, though.
Carlisle watches you, and he knows that it's weighing on you, and he stops like ribbing you as hard about like your work. He doesn't drop it because he's your brother. He's not gonna let that shit go. But he's going out of his way a little bit more, you see, to try and make the time that you have with him as carefree as possible. I think that's how that goes with the two of you for now. Abigail?
Yes.
What do you do in the week that follows?
As soon as we've all had a day to breathe, and I have checked in to make sure that Z is at least okay, I am going over detail after painstaking detail with Dr. Viridian Lane to write our own research papers regarding the famished. Now that she has gotten to know the being so intimately, and this was something we hunted for so long, much like the Penumbran, much like the lore and the ciphers, there needs to be documentation on it in the library for Candela. So it's doing that work because that is exactly why Abigail stayed for so long.
Yeah. In the times that you do see Viridian and Amaris, which are few and far between, but we'll talk about that in a moment, Viridian she's cautious around you, but that loathing that she expressed, it's faded, and she feels a little bit guilty. You can see it, and she's going out of her way to help you with anything she can think about in regards to the famished as you do this research. And she's brilliant enough to like do it in a way that doesn't create more work for you. She's the scientist after all. And I think you know that if a thing like the famished or another of its kind ever return, nothing like what happened to you will happen again. Zephyr, what do you do?
To take a little break. Not a long one, just a little vacation from Candela Obscura. First off, help my lovely friends Amaris and Aunt Riddy find a couples therapist. And I just want to spend time with, assuming they do want to work on things, which I am making an assumption, but do they want to work on things? Are they working on things between them?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and get right into this since yours is directly connected. In the week that follows, the two of them are almost rarely seen, except for a couple instances when they're doing study with Professor Davies. 10 years without having the person you love most beside you is a long time to go without. The veins on Riddy's neck still pulse darkly, but her eyes, there's something back in them that you didn't even see when you saw her when she greeted you at Eons. And Amaris, her question answered at long last. She puts in her official resignation from Candela Obscura. Lightkeepers are a position meant to pass along their knowledge to the next generation of investigators. And so when she hit her limit, as you now know, not from the incident itself didn't push her over the edge, but it was contact with Riddy, who was poisoned with bleed. That was the beginning of the end of her time here. And she wanted to stay long enough to answer, what happened to you, Zephyr? And now she is free and clear conscience for the first time you've ever seen in your life.
I'm going to spend time with my family.
Yeah.
Just take a week away from Candela, help Amaris clear out her office, get things ready for the new Lightkeeper, catch up with Aunt Riddy, and I'm going to spend time with my family.
Yeah. To circle back to a question of Al's. As time goes on, Dr. Violet Boucher goes unpunished, as is the case in so many instances. Someone with the power and the resources, the root cause of so much harm, escapes all culpability in the law and in the grand scheme. And yet after this, one thing is also the case. In so many instances, that love exists. That love, a tie so strong that it fights death and decay even if it loses. A connection that lets a person know they are alive and that what they are and do matters, no matter the ending. Love does not conquer all. That's a myth. But love is a fact. It will continue as long as the thing that we call a soul exists, and it is a candle that can never burn out. And on one final note before we end our story this evening, we see a laboratory, pristine, brightly lit. A large tank at the end of the room filled with some kind of liquid with a body suspended in it. And a woman with a tightly wound bun standing before it in a lab coat. In her hand, a small device, and she presses a button on it and begins speaking. Log 4129, Violet Boucher, 1906. Direct assimilation of subject material successful. Alpha phase now ready for testing. And that is where we will conclude the tale of the circle of seekers and sinners. Thank you so much for coming here tonight to share this with us, to laugh, to cry, to be traumatized, to live in this world that existed in our imagination. Once again, I am danpyxel, they, them, TTRPG performer, content creator, and emotional damage PhD. You can find me on the internet anywhere under danpyxel, Pyxel, where I talk about things that hurt my feelings, like Arcane, Life is Strange, and the like. You can also catch me on Mondays this month at Just the Humans channel with the lovely Aegon Thetic as we sail the seas in the second season of the One Piece sagas, setting and genre agnostic system TTRPG, written by and run by the OKSDM. And now, speaking of, Angie, please tell us who you are, who you were playing, and where we can find you around.
Hey everybody, I'm Angie, they, them pronouns. You can find me at Aegon Thetic on the internet. So just like how Dan said, I am joining the crew of the Lavender Pirates with them every Monday for the rest of February over on Just the Humans channel at 8:30 p. 8 is it 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard?
30. I think it's
8:30,
8:30.
yes. 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow you can go over to Tales Archived and watch Chapter 5 of God Killer Sinner Sacrifice, a duo TTRPG created by the amazing Connie Chang. It is myself playing the God Killer and the loveliest of my friends, Cyrus, who plays all of the gods. Will be meeting the god of gluttony tomorrow. And every Sunday, also on Tales Archive, you can find me with Known Realms Tolesh, our ongoing D&D 5e campaign. This Sunday is chapter 99, which is crazy. We're so close to 100. That's insane. Anyways, and then more stuff in the future. But follow me on Blue Sky, TikTok. I post whenever I want to.
Thank you, Ange. Jen,
Oh, hi.
who
that's
are
me.
you? Who were you, and where can we find you?
Hello, I am Jen. My pronouns are still they, she. I was playing Zephyr. Their pronouns are still they, them. I can be found on pretty much everywhere on the internet at Jenbirb. That is JIENBIRB. I am most active on Blue Sky and Discord. You can always reach me there. I do a lot of actual play performance, production, project management, a little bit of overlay design. I spend most of my time more behind the scenes than in the scenes. That said, I love being in the scenes. Cast me in your things. I love playing emotionally damaged people, as Dan knows now. But yes, reach out. I will always send you cat pictures and memes and make you regret meeting me is really my plug for myself. And yeah, that is me.
Thank you. John, tell us who you are, who you were, and where we can find you.
Hi, I'm John Johnson, they, any, theater artist based out of New York City. And I played Al Overton tonight, she, it pronouns, a brick of a woman. And you can find me on Blue Sky at John, J-O-N-J-O-N. And I will also be on the Dungeons and Drama Nerds podcast with the upcoming season of Still Fleet. I am on Masks, Moon Harbor Heroes as a series regular, and just started a podcast called Between Two Gays. You can find us on Spotify. So we'll see how all that goes. Thank you so much for a lovely time.
Thank you, John. And last, and certainly not least, Ruby, tell us who you are, tell us who you were, and tell us where we can find you.
Hi, how's it going, everyone? My name is Ruby Hart. I am a Games Done Quick interviewer, actor, streamer, speedrunner, and I do TTRPG one-shots and campaigns all across the internet, just when friends invite me and ask me to come along for the ride. So Dan, thank you so much for asking me here. And since my sweet Onyx was playing Rhyme and Reason, my kitties, it only felt fair that I switched to the camera that actually showed her. If you want to check out things that I do, support the charity marathons that I am a part of. So Games Done Quick and Frame Fatales, we raise money for anything from Doctors Without Borders, the Prevent Cancer Foundation, Malala Fund, the National Women's Law Center, and so much more, and use speedruns and video games in order to put good into the world. And they're just a lot of fun if you like gaming. Otherwise, you can find me over at my Twitch channel doing anything from challenge runs and speed runs to live perler crafting and perler making and anything else of the like. Just a lot of theater and gaming shit. That's me.
Phenomenal. Be sure to return next week to Bad House for the rest of Grindhouse. Next Friday, the 21st, for Kendo of Kendo Makes Films, Spirit of 77 game Hard Times. And again on the 28th for Ambrose, SS Ambrose Liminal Horror Game, One Night at the Shelterwood Inn. Once again, an enormous thank you to all of my players. Thank you for agreeing to come on this journey with me. Thank you for letting me hurt your feelings. Thank you for giving me so much to work with. And thank you all for watching. And everyone, take a deep breath in. Let it out. And have a lovely evening. Good night.